I want to make sure that I don't come across like I'm the victim, because we have two victims here. And the second thing is that all of what happened on that day leading up to this event was precipitated on one idea, and that is that Helena and I had something profound in common. And that is, we both assumed the gun was empty.
Your emotions are so clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock. You felt anger. You felt sadness. Do you feel guilt?
No. I feel that there is, I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
All right. How is everybody? I just wanted to start maybe a little early today. I don't know. Would you prefer that I start an hour early and we watch some of the testimony from the day before? This is a very short trial. It's only supposed to go 8 or 9 days. But let me know. These are kind of relaxed streams, just meant to hang out and watch the trial together. It's really what you guys want to do. Excuse me, I'm still drinking my coffee. So Alec is here. Speaking of coffee,
this trial is running behind. Anjanette and I were talking about how they had the lead detective, Corporal Alexandria Hancock, on the stand. Still had a lot to do with her, and so they're not going to get to Gutierrez Reed today.
I'm having an
also,
issue.
We're informed that the motions that are going to be heard, there's going to be proceedings before the jury gets there this morning. That has to do.
I was having an issue with my sound. Excuse me, which I just worked out. Thank you. All right.
Samaritan. There are issues involving those facts, that testimony that's going to be ironed out with the court before the jury gets there. Whatever happens live in that courtroom, we're going to bring it to you here on the network. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go away.
Is that true, Debbie? Hannah's coming today? So points for Alec for punctuality. He is not only on time, he's early for court. Wow, Debbie. So Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she's going to plead the fifth. Good for her. I mean, I don't know how I feel. I think it's going to be interesting. I think if I were she, given the conditions of the whole Russ set, I would be totally resentful towards Alec. Wouldn't want to, I don't know, help out either side. I don't know. I probably would have want to help out I don't know what I'd want to do. It's such a weird position to be in. She should have never taken that job. She wasn't ready. But I just know from growing up in the biz that from having, I didn't grow, my father was in it, the business. My godmother is in the business. Her daughter grew up around movie people. That the producer really sets the tone. And they all felt it was safe. I thought that was really testimony that got ignored in Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Dave Hall's like, we thought this was going great. Really? Because the whole crew just left. So odd. Whole crew just left with safety being one of their concerns. No, she'll never work as an armorer again. No one wants to have her as an armorer once you've done time for, I don't think so. At least or not for 10 years. Maybe I can't imagine she would make those kind of connections. And I don't think her dad's name, nepotism, means a lot in that business, but not that much. Not after you kill someone. So, yeah, I think her career as an armorer is over. I think she realized it then. And that was one of the things that the prosecutor elicited from other people, who were saying my career is over, being very callous and unconcerned with Helena Hutchins' condition. But she was definitely shown more emotion than Alec. I mean, maybe I should have started earlier so we could have watched his whole interrogation, or it really wasn't an interrogation, it was more like a police questioning. He's calling his wife saying it's all paid for. And she's like, I don't think that's a good idea, Alec. I don't think the optics are good on that, Alec. Alec. It's so ridiculous. I will only watch their reality show if there's an episode about how this whole grift, Hilaria's grift with her fake Spanish accent and fake Spanish heritage, although she comes clean with that, then I would be interested in watching. Oh, okay. Let me turn on the sound. Sorry, guys.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm intending to take testimony from her. She can step out before I do that.
Sure.
Sure.
One thing that I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the
Oh,
motion.
okay,
This is
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really.
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high-pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. The grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point in the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we have the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you can, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the,
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah, on the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident, she was on set. They were close, we know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where the criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said, it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 501 requires. As your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morrissey?
I need to use the monitor. Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer, from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds, they go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to, he reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay, and he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our Discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server that he downloaded it onto that hard drive and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teskey's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kinney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kinney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin, but even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kinney a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kinney responded and said, no, don't do that. In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears. It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun she points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so.
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, I mean, if the court.
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to go witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word. Not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't even say that. Well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing, what Ms. Morrissey is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility, it goes to the government's bias, improper motivation, and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor, and whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant, because what we know is we don't have those bullets, and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision, fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I, and we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself, and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm not
quick?
finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, No, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank you,
court
Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey.
I
Thank
have
you, Ms. Morrissey.
I have 'em.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get her.
All right. Well, actually, I want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those.
Sure.
So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Popple.
Terrible ruling by the judge here. Appeasing this sleazy law tactic. Don't bring in the bullets. We don't need them. We want to argue it was a Brady violation that we never got him. Oh.
I have tendered the supplemental report to the defense.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talking to the microphone. I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
Where is this box of evidence?
In the other room.
I'd like to see it. Do you need to do it, Martine? I need the box of evidence. Have you all inspected this?
No, we have not yet done it.
Well, how do we want to do it? I want to look at it.
I do too.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first, if that's one of the things.
Can I open this, Martine? Anywhere? Like, not in the middle, I mean, up at the top? Oh. Anywhere's fine? Maybe you need gloves too. Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it. Okay.
There should be there's a separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you. This is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down. And when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge.
Okay,
Sure.
so I just need you to have some gloves. And we're going to go right there. And you all can approach too, so you don't have to, I don't want you asking questions yet, but I do. Can you move that thing? All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 volt. Just put the color. You need to record it. You have yours.
I have yours. Yeah, that pair of scissors. I got it.
All right. Let's do the 2 DHA 45 volt with silver thread and color carbon. Take your time.
I will do gloves and this is.
Well, that's your opinion. Okay, yeah. Okay, these. Those are the 2 BHA 45 volt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
One CBC 45 volt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
All right. Three DHA 45 volt with brass and color primer. And 1 Winchester 45 volt. I don't know if you need the Winchester.
That one. 2
2 Winchester 45 volt.
It's silver primer with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right, and then 10 Starline Brass 45 Colt. All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Can you pick this up? Are you picking it up? That's my question.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this. Did Ziegler Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the Rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll certainly allow some examination. I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
And she can take the witness chair. Let's fix it. Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene in Ruff. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the Rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of Rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you, I apologize.
I'm a
not-
crime scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect, okay. CST Popple. When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes,
You took photos of it, right?
yes,
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who is a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay. But he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenny. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenny.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
And he was the one using the word evidence.
okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kenny's possession. And you said law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenny, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back? that you
Yes,
gave
I
a minute
do.
ago?
I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were a CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
And as I asked you yesterday, you actually said when you were meeting with Mr. Teskey, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying that.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that, that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay, and then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this vouchered, sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Okay, so you need to finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will pass the witness. In a moment, just 1 second. Ryan. Oh, and I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is, you told Mr. Teskey that you would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further. For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation. but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just marked as defense? It's just,
I think, well, since I started it, are you okay with court's exhibit?
that's fine with me, and I think it gets.
However you want to handle it.
All right, court's exhibit what?
Come back.
All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No, certainly not.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles.
Here's what we're going to.
Judge, I have to make a record though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
The issue is the disclosure,
I
okay?
understand.
All right, so,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
so but here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday, you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report.
Mm-hmm.
I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Ms. Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years. Okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no.
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
All right. I thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you?
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
all right, right? Never mind. Okay, so you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept. Obviously.
Well, okay, so it'll be Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Courts 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be to get to the courthouse so we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the.
No, this is my question.
Yes.
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all, that's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they're open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put it back, actually, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay, I'm going to.
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a witness.
Okay, well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and well, you said actually, I'm now thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to.
They're not going to hear. Okay. I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure. tell Steve to bring the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
After I call in the jury, this is on the record, I gotta continue. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even, okay? Just wanna settle.
Are you bringing him in right now?
Yes, he's calling them in.
Okay.
And we are off the record, let me get back on the record. All right, you may be seated, we're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted, okay? So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Monday. It's been a longer week than usual. Okay, so Monday, okay? So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. We're still on the record. Ms. Popple, gather this while we're on break.
We're just going to photograph it as.
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure. Is she where?
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
All right. So they're taking a little bit of a break. I'm just going to turn off the sound here. I just wanted to share. This is Ben Affleck and Jennifer Gardner's daughter. So we're talking about a wild celebrity videos. And she was at the LA, I think it was council board meeting. And this was her speech. So let me share this. Wait, hold on. Let me get to the. I contracted a post-viral condition. I'm okay now, and it was like not a really serious virus, but I have post-traumatic stress from it. I mean, and I'm gonna probably be buried in this mask. Every bit of it was just. I'm not. It's not a comment. I didn't play this as a comment on masks or effective of mask or the pandemic. I just thought it was super interesting that there's like a long list of people that it affects the most with no proof, no studies, just like marginalized people. Just throw that out. Trans people, marginalized people. What? I don't know how it affects trans people more than any other people. It affects human beings. This virus. It affects people. So, I'm just really curious. I'm just curious what this is about, like what that really was about. I mean, obviously, it's some kind of intense fear, right? She got some kind of virus, and it was like the worst thing that's happened to her in her 18-year-old life. And she's always, let me just see if I can show you, always photographed in that mask or a different mask or a more serious mask like this here. I think her name is Violet. I think I remember her being born 18 years ago. It was the beginning of the sort of old lady names coming back. Violet, Maeve, Emma. Those kind of old-fashioned names that weren't popular at all when I was young, many moons ago. But I mean, here she is there. Let me find some other good ones while we're looking. Just never know. I just don't want to. And I believe her sister has come out as non-binary and has changed her name. I just wonder if these kids are getting enough real parenting. As I've always said, I don't believe in that anyone at Hollywood, I would take the unpopular position, should have kids. When just from growing up with parent in the business, all the parenting goes to the creative parent, supporting the creative parent, and there's not a lot of leftover energy. It's almost for the children, to really parent the children. You're really supporting the parent because their talent is themselves. It's just not, I've never seen it be a healthy thing. Here's another picture of her wearing a mask, different kind of mask, with her mom. I mean, she just never takes, that's her right. But she wants taxpayer money. Los Angeles is a mess. It's just this kind of idea that we have endless funds for everything that you kind of have when you're 18 years old. What else? Let's get to more fun stuff. Hold on. Let me see if I can go on the great Hilaria Baldwin Reddit and find some great moments, or YouTube. Let me pull up some great Hilaria Baldwin fake Spanish moments. There's so many compilations. There's one channel on YouTube, Lucky 7, that has done more great videos on Hilaria Baldwin. It's so good. Here's one with Alec Baldwin that really highlights Alec Baldwin and his part of this grip. My theory in this is that Alec Baldwin likes Spanish women, and he found out that Hilaria Baldwin or Hillary Baldwin had parents retired to Spain, and they sort of started play acting this, and I think they decided that it would be good for her career as a yoga guru. This is my theory on it. Let me know what your theory is. I'm open to all theories. She decided that it would be good for her career, so she wouldn't just be sort of like one of many Hollywood arm candy. Sorry, I don't mean to diminish her. Who does yoga or is into fitness. It gives her a little bit of a gimmick. You have to have a gimmick. Oh, hold on one second. I thought I plugged in my computer, but hold on one second. Maybe I didn't. Hold on one second. Let me work this out.
You're so intense, and he said,
Okay, were you guys getting audio? Okay, yeah. It just said I've lost. Hold on one second. Let me read. They said I've lost connection to the StreamYard audio. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if this works. Let me try it one more time, and I'll start from the beginning, and let me know if you can hear it. If not, it might be more of an intense fix. Okay. One second.
Buenos dias, gatos.
Oh, Alec, I feel that someone is missing. There was someone else that is meant to be
You
there.
make everything so amazing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I look around, I'm like, really? Someone's missing? You feel like someone's missing.
Hello, Mr. Bandit.
Alec, what good does this do for you to be so upset? She's so fucking reasonable.
Okay, I can't wait to see you. That's going to be great. Fantastic. What time? 12 o'clock? My wife is from Spain. And she said, blah, blah, blah.
Arriba, arriba, ándale.
Well, my wife is from Spain. She grew up in Spain. And our kids go to a full Spanish immersion school.
Ay, papi.
Now, so she'd be like, I have to pee every 5 minutes. I can't believe it.
Or another más cerveza.
What time? 12 o'clock? My wife is from Spain. Yeah. She's like, I was very hungry.
I don't eat very much. How about one little piece of cheese?
I am pregnant. She screamed.
7,602.
And my wife was saying, yes, I cannot wait to see you. 12 o'clock will be fine to me. I can't wait to see you too. Hangs up the phone, turns to me and goes, I don't feel good.
Wife will go, Alec, don't do that to him. Right. You scare him. You're so intense. And you say, I
thought you were going to kiss me on the cheek and tell me you love me, that I'm taking you back to Spain. Ay, ay, ay. There was no pleasing you.
If I had some more tequila.
My wife grew up in Spain.
I see, can I play this game? Funny!
Oh, I want to have maybe one more, Alec. We have one girl. And I say, I hope you and your next husband are very happy. Doesn't she look like a drug dealer's wife right there? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, she looks like she's married to Pablo Escobar.
She does.
5, 4, 3.
And her parents live here now?
In Mallorca.
In Mallorca? He gets hit on all day long.
Is that true?
Pablo Escobar's wife gets hit on all day long. My wife grew up in Spain. My wife is from Spain. Well, my wife is from Spain.
You know, and you have like this really disparate age gap between Alec Baldwin and his wife. Here is, have you ever seen Hillary Baldwin dance? She's a professional or amateur dancer at NYU doing tango. Hold on, I'm sorry, my screen. All right, I think I'm having technical difficulties playing this. Sorry, guys. That gives you an idea of her dancing. I don't know. I'm on my backup computer and it's showing. I might switch over the break. How are we doing with Alec Baldwin trial? Nope. Still nothing. Hold on. Yep. I think. Let me close some of these windows. Close other things. Try to make this a little bit better. Might just take a quick break. Works a little bit better. Okay, I might switch over to my other computer if it if it continues to not be able to handle like almost anything right now. My apologies, guys. Yeah, that's a good question, Pepper. How did they meet? They met, my understanding is they say they met at a restaurant and she didn't know who he was, or I don't know. I don't really, it's odd. You know, his stalker says he was looking for a wife. I don't know if you can believe anything his stalker says. And he was also looking to fake pregnancies. And her pregnancies, I know it sounds conspiratorial and odd, but I think she admitted she used a surrogate with the last one. The only real where she really looks pregnant, I think, is with the first one. And a lot of them, she just seems to always be pregnant at exactly the same sort of size and with no sort of, for all her kids, no sort of no sort of puffiness anywhere else, no sort of the others telltale signs of pregnancy. And that's one of the things that his stalker says, whether she could be believed or not, or whether she tailored her story to fit the conspiracy around Hillary Thomas's pregnancies. I don't know. But she said that Alec Baldwin said, we'll get you a sort of moon bump to wear and, we'll have a surrogate carry the pregnancy and pretend you're pregnant. I don't know. She said it was his idea, but it seems to be more popular. There were certainly questions about Beyonce's pregnancy too, when she sat down and her sort of stomach kind of collapsed. Does anybody remember that video? That was interesting. I'm, fiercely against the use of surrogacy, unless it's like a family member. I think it's the renting out of women's bodies, and I don't think it should be legal. But of course, here in New York City, they made it, we have a gay representative and made it easier and easier for surrogacy to happen, because I think there's real ethical issues there. But they've been married for a while, 10 plus years. It's lasted. It's such a weird marriage. So it's based on this lie that she's Spanish and on this play acting. And, you know, I'm looking at Alec Baldwin in court and I'm thinking, it's like he's always in a movie starring himself. It's like Alec Baldwin playing the defendant, like he's Jimmy Stewart. Alec Baldwin goes to court. Alec Baldwin goes to, you know, in his glasses playing sort of a Cary Grant defendant who's innocent.
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay, I'm going to.
Can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have
rather than
Hancock
pick
come up.
an accent for
You're going to
3
call
days.
Seth Kenny,
Literally do
and
that
I would
myself.
like, I don't know why we can't do
Yes.
Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay.
witness.
Well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're
Yeah. No.
these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury.
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and well, you said, actually, I'm thinking, why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just.
Oh, they're not going to hear. Okay. I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock to understand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes. You're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
So Judge Sommer laying out the plan there. The trial within a trial, we're now going to have witness testimony to determine whether or not these magic bullets that had shown up after the fact, even though the investigators say, no, we looked for it and turned over everything we had. Catherine, in this particular case, what if they made a mistake and they didn't account for all the bullets and it was brought to their attention after the fact, and now the prosecution finally has turned over everything that
is trying to divert the attention to implicate him in this trial. Now, he's not on trial, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armorer, is not on trial. It's Alec Baldwin who's at trial. And the reason he's charged for involuntary manslaughter is regarding his reckless handling of the gun. So it doesn't really matter to the extent of where the bullet came from, what happened to the bullet, or the gun itself, but how he acted with the gun. That's what the
It around while we were watching. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this on the other side and get back into that hearing as evidence is now going to be presented in the form of witness testimony. We'll be right back.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, Tuesday says, I literally do that myself, but it goes away after a few days. You're the one who told me that she's nuts. Yeah. Hillary Thomas Baldwin is really crazy and really rude to paparazzi. Really awful. So we're just waiting for the stream to start again. Thanks, Tuesday. It's really nice to have you here. Okay, so I just switched my computer so we don't have to watch things and like it's I don't know, the early days of the internet. While we're waiting, I'm gonna just keep an eye. But let's see if we can go back to some great Alec Baldwin moments. Oh, here's a little unknown moment. This is where Hillary Baldwin forgets the word for outlet. Could forget this great
Clear,
moment.
I just saw like the closest how do you say it in English? Yeah, the closest outlet.
Okay, keeping an eye out. Let's see what other great moments there are.
Come, vamos. Ciao. I moved here when I was 19 to go to NYU. And from my family lives in Spain. They live in Mallorca. No, come on, Romeo. Come, please. Please. It's dirty, the floor. Romeo, please. 35 or 40 of my family members come from Spain, which equals really good party. Isn't that right, Carmen? Thrifty wash. Hilaria. Hilaria. It's really nice. You know, it feels different. It really feels different. But I didn't think it was going to be different, but it feels quite different. We have, how do you say it? Cucumbers.
So that's a little history of, oh, we're back in court. Perfectly timed. Thanks for your patience, guys. He's always got that
All right.
piece of hair sticking up on the back of his head. Someone's got to tell him.
Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
Your Honor, just give me, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes.
Right? You would think with Hillary looking at it all day long, she would tell him, hey, Alec, the back of your hair is sticking up off your head. Oh, my grandmother used to use those hearing devices. Wow, they haven't changed in a zillion years since the 80s. The guy sitting behind Alec, behind Hillary, there. With the hearing device. It was exactly the same kind of device. You know what I find interesting, just while we're waiting, is that Alec Baldwin, one of his Instagram videos, talks about quitting smoking. And I said, this is so weird. I just said, he's lying about this. Do you guys remember that? I think it's in one of my Alec Baldwin videos. And there he is smoking right after he fatally shoots Helena Hutchins, sitting there calmly rips cigarette after cinematographer. So I guess I don't know if he makes an exception, but he's like, oh, it was so great to quit smoking. Do you guys remember that Instagram he did from his Hamptons home?
record.
Thanks, kitties. For the super sticker. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys, about that. This is just one of those days. I don't think we missed much. Just a sidebar. Are you kidding that they walked in and made out? Are you kidding? Where is Hillary now? Is she getting a coffee? Oh, there she is. Yep, with her coffee. So aggressive, the way she puts her hand around his neck like that. Really. Pat Brooks. Thank you, Roberta, for all you do. Thank you. I truly enjoy and appreciate your awesome channel. Thank you. And this awesome community. Appreciate it, Pat. Tuesday. He's guilty. Let's get to the sentencing. I'm not sure he's going to be convicted. I'm really not. Crazy things happen when money like this is involved, and he's got some of the best lawyers in New York City, maybe the country, representing him. I mean, you can see the judges going for this nonsense. We're spending all day on this. I've been saying all along, maybe the greater punishment is just the loss of his career and social standing. And you can hear that in his leaked phone calls. He's complaining that he has to get back to work. That was the whole point of the George Stephanopoulos, that horrible interview. He thought that would help him. I mean, it's just lawyering 101 to keep your mouth shut. And you've already given your story without lawyer present to the investigators. You don't need to tell the public, go on Instagram a million times. I mean, their Instagram posts between Hillary, his wife, and Alec have been so insensitive to Helena, the memory of Helena Hutchins and her family. They would post Mother's Day and posts right after her murder. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it accidental murder. I don't know what you want to call it. Accidental shooting. One after another, how happy she is to be a mother, and and spouting on off on Instagram. We'll take a look at some of those on the lunch break. What is up with that death clutch that she has around the back of his neck? I don't want anyone to read lips, Alec. So controlling. He really looks like a child. Doesn't he look like a toddler? Like a mother with a toddler? It's not just humility, it's sensitivity for victims. And you don't find that in Hollywood at all. When has a celebrity ever come out for a victim's or a victim's family in a murder case? Let me know if you remember ever seeing that. So I've been trying.
We don't have a fan in this case like Karen Reed. We got the exit sign. So they're taking another little break.
Please.
Obviously, orchestra.
Taking another break. So this might be a good time to check out. Just put some things in my watch later. That we can watch Alec Baldwin's crazy Instagram videos after this are so insane. It would be a good idea to review some of those. Also, 3 years ago, I mean, the way that Hillary and Alec keep having kids reminds me of Mia Farrow, and also reminds me of, she's married to Angelina Jolie. It's like they protect themselves. It's like they can't get enough. It's like narcissistic supply and some kind of also padding or protection. It's so odd. It's about what they can get from the kid. It's their image, and the kids always seem neglected. You cannot, I really don't think you can, or these characters can give the proper amount of parenting and attention, which is ironic with all their help and money, nannies. But, you hear about my boyfriend's parents come from big Irish family, 9 side on each. He's got like 1 million cousins, and they really were parented well. I think you can have big families, but it's something different with these celebrities. Here's some. I'm gonna keep an eye on court.
Trading what they need to do to get both.
But just want to.
the
So this is the first Instagram he did, I believe, when he showed up on the set of Rust.
hello. The I want to say I look at myself in the mirror, a reflection of this, and I'm really kind of appalled. It's appalling. We're here shooting the film to start tomorrow, and no, I'm not playing Santa Claus.
Tragedy on a movie set in New Mexico. Actor Alec Baldwin involved in a deadly shooting. Police say that Baldwin fired a prop gun and killed the film's cinematographer and wounded the director.
What do you want to know?
All right, Alec, what's the current state of what's going on with the case?
I'm not allowed to make any comments because it's an ongoing investigation. I've been ordered by the sheriff's department in Santa Fe. I can't answer any questions about the investigation. I can't. It's an active investigation in terms of a woman died. She was my friend. She was my friend. The day I arrived in Santa Fe to start shooting, I took her to dinner with Joel, the director.
See, this is a sign of lying when you need to persuade when no one's questioned you. She was my friend. She was my friend, meaning I wouldn't accidentally shoot her, even though I've been fantasizing about accidentally shooting people for at least a decade.
We were a very, very, well-oiled crew shooting a film together, and then this horrible event happened. Now, I've been told multiple times, don't make any comments about the ongoing investigation, and I can't. That's it.
You met
I can't, so I'm going to.
Sorry.
What are the questions that you have other than that?
You met with I forget her name at the moment, but you met with her family?
Helena.
Yes,
Her name is Helena. If you're spending this much time waiting for us, you should know her name. Her name is Helena.
Right, but then watch neither of them. They very seldomly reference Helena Hutchins' name, and neither does our terrible media. It's so typical of our media. I don't remember the victims' names. I'm not going to bother. I've stalked Alec Baldwin and his fake Spanish wife in Vermont, but I'm not going to bother remembering the name of the woman he murdered, essentially, whose life he took. I mean, it's just like, what are we doing here? Is this just a recent thing? This is what I was trying to think of yesterday. Is this just a recent thing? Has our media always been so insensitive to victims' families and victims? Or is this a more recent thing with this push of this wrongful conviction, innocence fraud movement that really makes the victimizers or the accused or the convicted killers the victim? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd be really curious to know. This is what I've been thinking about.
Helena Hutchins. I met with her husband Matthew and her son. Yeah, that's right.
And how did that meeting go?
I wouldn't know how to characterize it. They're mortified.
You guys, you know what? No details.
Do me a favor. I'm gonna answer the question.
Do you think production will start up again on?
No, I doubt it necessarily. Was there anything else?
Why Vermont, Alex?
That's a person. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Anything else?
Okay.
So just do me a favor, you don't mind? My kids are in the car crying.
Because you guys are following
And
them
all I
and
want
they
to do,
know.
as a courtesy to you, I came to talk to you. I'm not allowed to comment on the investigation. I talk to the cops every day. I talk to them every day to find out.
They know where you are.
Well, yeah, I'm cooperating with them, of course. So my point is that I'm just asking. We sat down as a courtesy now to talk to you. Now, please, would you just not follow us for the rest of this? Leave us
Just go home.
We gave
Go
you everything
home.
we could
Thank you.
possibly give you. Okay?
Thank you.
Go home.
Condolences. Thank you.
Now turn it off.
And we went over this interview. I'm going to skip over this one because we really went over this interview in detail. It's so awful. I don't know if I can stomach it one more time. Let's skip to his Instagram videos with his interview with George Stephanopoulos.
Best wishes and strength and hope and prayers and so forth and thoughts. And lots of encouragement, and lots of really, really great.
Right. That's the point of the Splenda packet, is that so many people, even young women who really weren't alive for his time in the A-list spotlight, are all supporting him and loving him and hoping that he comes out of this without a conviction.
Sentiments from so many people. I got hundreds of emails from friends and family and colleagues and people that some I hadn't heard from in quite a while, to send me strength and good wishes and so forth. And I'm very grateful for that. I want to say thank you to everybody. And online on Instagram, many people commenting and saying very, very supportive things about this difficult situation.
Difficult situation. Try life-changing, tragic, horrific situation. Difficult is this live stream today for me. That's difficult with all these technical glitches. This is horrific, tragic, life-changing, traumatizing in ways that the victim's Alina Hutchins family will never be the same again. And not to mention all the people that witnessed your reckless act on set that day. And that's putting it nicely, calling it reckless.
I hope that you're as lucky as I am in one department, and that is your home, that you're home with your family. I'm home with my family. And that's all I've got that really matters is my family. My wife and my kids, who are so, they're my life in every way. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holiday to everybody. And be safe. Wear a mask. Get the booster. And don't let Santa Claus down the chimney without a mask.
Doesn't that feel like some narcissism? I don't know. It's like, don't come near me with any viruses. Don't let any of the plebes, any of the really important people, get them sick. Wear a mask. Don't even let Santa Claus down the chimney without a mask. I love his voice. I really do like his voice. He works as a voiceover artist for a reason. He has one of these iconic voices. I do not like Alec Baldwin. I do not like his personality or his actions or anything about him, but I do think his voice is one of the more iconic voices, and he knows when to turn it on. And it's pleasing to my ear.
I was at a coffee shop here on Long Island and having lunch with a friend of mine, and a young woman, like a senior in high school, or maybe she was in college, I couldn't really tell. She walked by with a guy. She was with a guy her age, and she handed me a packet of Splenda.
We're at the beginning. We're still waiting for court to come back into session. This is the beginning of the Splenda packet, guys. This is the Splenda packet story. Oh, this is so good. Thank you. I'll figure out who this channel is that did this. Thank you for making this Instagram compilation. It's so delicious.
And along the perimeter of the package, where there was a modest.
Sorry, guys, the Splenda story's got to wait.
And I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickes to address the court on.
Oh,
motion.
okay,
This is
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really.
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high-pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. In the grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point in the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so,
We've already heard this argument, guys. So I'm going to go back to the splendid packet until we start. They tricked me with this. This was earlier. We all heard this argument, and this is the Brady violation, another violation of Rule 501 violation, and another Ducato, I think, violation. Those are the three violations they're arguing. So the defense is arguing that the case should be thrown out, and the judge is actually considering it. That's what we're doing today. She sent the jury home. So for those that were tuning in late, the judge sent the jury home, and she's considering this fakakta Brady violation. A lot of times these ridiculous Brady violation motions work. I mean, even in the case of, I'm thinking of Adnan Syed, where he was really let out because we had an activist DA, which I've talked about, who's a former defense attorney acting as a DA whose interest was totally with the accused and the convicted and not at all anymore with the people's interest or the victim's interest. But he was let out on a Brady violation of a new suspect that was actually Adnan Syed himself. So Ryan Ferguson was also let out on a ridiculous Brady violation. It can work. I just think it's one of the more abused laws in our legal system. It's an innocence fraud tactic, in my opinion. Often, not always, but often.
And it was all, so many people care about you or something. It was like really very, very kind and very thoughtful and very, just really so amazing that she handed me this Splenda packet. And I was like, oh, thank you. And she left, and she was on her way out when she gave it to me. And I was sitting there, and I took it home, and I was going to photograph it. I was going to screenshot it on both sides. She wrote on both sides of the package. I was going to screenshot it, and then I lost it. I had it in one of my pockets. I'm so overwhelmed. I wonder if I put it somewhere to make it.
He was overwhelmed by the Splendid packet. So overwhelmed he lost it. Thanks, Dean Walker. Nice to have you here. I think this is, going to be a rest of the day of motions. And we're going to hear testimony related to this Brady violation, motion to dismiss. And Alec Baldwin just looks so hopeful. Is the facts are really against him. He's got great lawyers, and they haven't been able to they made traction in cross-examination only to get that totally wiped out by Carrie Morrissey in redirect. So they haven't made much traction in this trial so far. Nice opening statement, but not a very, I don't think cases are won in opening statements anyway, but not anything that's going to blow you away or particularly convincing. It's not meant for argument, even though there was some argument in it. And surprisingly, 2 objections. You don't see that often in opening statements.
Safe, and I don't remember where. I searched for it yesterday. Like you would search for your keys or your phone or your wallet. I was obsessed with finding this. I'm still obsessed with finding it because I want to screenshot it. I doubt a packet like that's going to last very long, but if you are the young woman that gave me the Splenda packet at John Pappas the other day, then send me a message here, because I'm very grateful to you. That was so lovely, and that meant so much to me. It meant a lot to me. Thank you to everybody who's been kind to me. Somebody wasn't kind to me. One of my kids, I think, smashed me with a toy or a stick or something. I don't remember now. They cut my nose.
Right, I cut my nose. It wasn't a product of my legendary rage. It wasn't me smashing something or throwing something or some kind of product of my rage. It was just an innocent injury from my children. Uh-oh. My cats might be getting into a fight here. This is such a great... These Instagram videos are so amazing.
I don't even remember how. I came in the house and I was like, whoa. Maybe they were traumatized when they smashed me with the toy. I don't know. But Happy New Year. When I went to my friend's house, my friend David's house this morning, he came out with his daughter, who's dear friends with my daughter, Carmen, and he had a very unusual countenance to him. And he and his daughter proceeded to tell me a story that their neighbor, who lives 2 doors down from them, went to a store, like a takeout food place, Organic Crush, out east here. And the woman who's their neighbor, she found this. I can't. She found the Splenda packet. She found the Splenda packet. You are 100% true. Thanks for the laughs, good sir. Cheers to a new year. Love you. It's the Splenda packet. Does this mean 2022 is going to be a good year? Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, that is nothing short of a miracle. I'm going to find out his neighbor's name, and I'm going to send her a gift. I mean, can you believe something as silly as this has that much value? I'm putting it in pockets now, like I'll never lose it again. But anyway, oh my God. Oh my God. That's amazing. That's a miracle. One other quick note, any suggestion that I am not complying with requests or orders or demands or search warrants.
Look at the pivot there. Like, oh, I'm so moved. I'm almost crying. Any suggestion that I'm not cooperating with my phone. His stern voice. That will tell you those quick turnarounds. We talked about that with Wendy Adelson. Those kind of quick emotional turnarounds are proof of acting, lying, phony, putting on. He can't help himself. This is supposed to be his big Instagram for public sympathy, and he can't even get 2 minutes into it without getting hostile.
About my phone, that's bullshit. That's a lie. This is a process where one state makes the request of another state. Someone from another state can't come to you and say, give me your phone, give me this, give me that. They can't do that. They've got to go through the state you live in. That is a process that takes time. They have to specify what exactly they want. You can't just go through your phone and take, your photos or your love letters to your wife or what have you. I really don't know, but but of course, we are 1,000% going to comply with all that. We're, perfectly fine with that. And I have no worries about that. That's all going to work itself out, regardless of what they say in these right-wing rag sheets and people who are all about hate. But setting aside all the hate, setting aside all the January 6th of it all, here it is.
So this is the drawing that he did to his wife. And here he is shot. He says, please help me, I'm dying. And that's supposed to be Hillary saying, do I know you? And she made this Instagram post with this picture after Helena Hutchins, horrible, excuse me if I'm pronouncing, if it's Helena, horrible, tragic death at his hands. So, I mean, and the drawing and the handwriting is eerily similar to that of the handwriting and drawing on the Splenda packet. So he played himself with the Splenda packet.
Excuse me.
Alec Baldwin and his descent into madness. It's so perfect. Let me see if I can go back and pause that drawing. That's a really good close-up of it because it's been sort of, I think, scrubbed from the internet. When you try to look for that drawing now, it's hard to find. And it was everywhere at the time because it was so, everybody's like, what? This is so insensitive. And let me find out whose channel this was. That was Death and Entertainment. Did that excellent. Thanks, Death and Entertainment, for that excellent compilation. But let me try to keep that pause there and actually find the writing on the Splenda packet. Give me a hot minute while we wait. If I don't get it into I don't find it before court starts again, I'll get back to it. I wonder if Splenda sales went up or down after that. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're in business. So while we're waiting, here's the writing. Let me make it bigger. Can you see that writing on there? I can go back to it because actually I found some videos, some pictures of that, surprisingly, looking up the Splenda packet. So there's the writing on the Splenda packet. Do you think it's similar? And let me just try to go back and show you. Here's the picture. Here's the Splenda packet. Picture. Oh, it's blocked. I really think that a PR agency really scrubbed this from the internet. Super interesting. This might be a better shot of it. So there's the picture. There's the Splenda packet. What do you guys think? Get a side by side? All right, well, maybe I'll work on that. I'll be working on a side by side of the Splenda packet. Okay. And the picture.
Killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it, it's disclosable under Giglio, it's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where the criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance.
It just smells bad, you know. Well, the ultimate impact on this trial, who knows? But, you know, Catherine Lizardo and Dave Ehrenberg, let me give you final thoughts on this. Dave, once they sort this out with the testimony to come, what's your best guess as to what's going to happen?
The prosecution is going to get a tongue lashing. The law enforcement will get a tongue lashing, and then the case will move on. They'll get a little delay so that the defense can get the information that they were entitled to, and then it'll move on because there's no evidence that this was a scheme to hide evidence.
So, Catherine, same question to you, except, you know, give me your 30-second version of how bad this would be for the defense if they just get shut down here.
Well, if they get shut down here, it's bad for them because this was one of the big issues that they presented, and they were able to misdirect the trial right now. I'm using misdirect because we're focusing on a separate trial instead of the main trial.
We're going to find out. Stand by, folks, for this hearing to continue. But before that, let me thank and excuse Catherine and Dave. Always a pleasure, folks. We'll see you next time here on the network. Coming up next, Ann Jeanette Levy with the very famous and popular Q&A about this trial. I'm Michael Bryant, trying to do the right thing. See you next time on Long Crime.
Thanks for joining me. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are live outside the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the trial of Alec Baldwin is underway. We are on a long break after a very dramatic morning here. With me is John Day. He's a defense attorney here in Santa Fe. John, thanks for being with us. Heather Hansen is back at the home base in New York in the studio. And it's just been a crazy day, let me tell you all. It's been a nutty day. It started with a lot of things going on. The defense filed a motion seeking to dismiss this case, saying that the prosecution did not turn over evidence that they believe is exculpatory, meaning it would help Alec Baldwin. And they said, you know, enough is enough. There have been enough problems in this case. And this is what they're telling the judge. There have been enough issues in this case. Judge Marlo Summer, you have given the prosecution chance after chance after chance. You have to dismiss this case. And this is really all over 4 rounds that were turned into law enforcement back in April or so by a man who is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father. And so this man, Troy Teskey, who is a former police officer, walked into the sheriff's office and said, here are these 4 rounds. I think you should look at these. These might have something to do with the Rust set. You might have been duped. And so there was a report taken of this a month later, a report written, but it wasn't placed in the Rust file. And then these bullets, these rounds are sealed up in an envelope and then put somewhere else. And so the defense is saying this was buried. The prosecution is saying, I've never seen this stuff until this morning. So there's been a lot of back and forth. There was going to be a motion hearing about this. Then we had a break. The jury was sent home for the day. We had a break and the motion hearing was supposed to continue. Then the prosecution and the defense were huddled out in the hallway talking. And it appears possibly that they might be working out a deal. We don't know that for certain, but it's a possibility. What else could be going on? Because they could have resumed this motion hearing about 45 minutes ago, and that didn't happen. As we always do on these big breaks here, when we're covering these big trials, we're going to be taking your questions. So keep those coming into us on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram. We'll get to as many of them as we can. So let's get right to the questions. We have one from Jada Hare from YouTube. How did Hannah set herself up? I don't know how Hannah set herself up.
Well,
I don't think she did.
She's sitting in a women's prison for 18 months, so you know that's where she is. I don't know that a setup is necessarily what was occurring. She was taking the brunt of the punishment in this case.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to you, Heather Hansen, on this one. Stephanie AI from YouTube asks, I always thought Seth Kenny, and Seth Kenny is the owner of the prop company, PDQ. I always thought Seth Kenny was greasy when it came to the bullets. Why does that matter for Baldwin? So explain that to us, Heather. Why does this matter when it comes to these bullets?
Because if Seth Kenny did something with the bullets, and the allegation that the defense is trying to infer, if not straight out say, is that he did do something with the bullets to prove a point that the set was unsafe. And if he did, then that would have been, as the defense has said, an intervening cause. It would have been something that would have been to blame for this death and not Alec Baldwin. It's a little bit of a gray area because Alec Baldwin still did allegedly pull the trigger. That's the claim in the case, but it is a big deal and it is a big part of what is going on today with this motion. What happened with that ammunition, and was Kinney doing something, as this viewer asked, a little greasy?
Yeah, and you know, there's a point that the defense has been trying to constantly make here, and it was that Seth Kenny was just way too helpful. He was way too helpful. He brings live ammo into the sheriff's office. Look at my live ammo. And then when he comes down to the, when they go down to Albuquerque to do the search warrant, to execute the search warrant, he's like, yeah, look around here, look around here. And there was also some talk about how he did have live ammo. It's all a little confusing, actually, but there was some live ammo from the set of 1883, which belonged to Hannah's dad. It's very confusing, but really the big kerfuffle is about these 4 rounds that were turned in after Hannah's conviction. I want to go to Dutch Merrick now. Dutch Merrick is an armorer. Dutch, thanks so much for being with me. The prosecutor, this is from Stephanie A on YouTube, the prosecutor is saying none of those bullets match the bullets that killed Helena. Why does it matter beyond they were negligent in filing?
Well, it seems that some of those bullets may indeed match the bullets that were on set. I think the fact that the 6 bullets found on set that happen to be identical visually may be a bit of a tangent, because it seems that this fellow, what's his name, Troy Teskey, who's a police officer, brought in these rounds to the sheriff's station saying, hey, these came from Seth Kenny. These came from the same batch of ammunition, and they're mixed. So I think that the guy that loaded the rounds was mix and matching different bullets and cases and primers. And this proves that they don't all have to match to be relevant. They very much could have come right from the same initial source. And what bothers me most, I think, is that the prosecution has avoided tracking down the origin of the original bullet that killed this person. Like, that is the essence of the entire case, is where did the bullet come from? And I think you're right that Seth Kenny has, or someone had said it moments ago, that Seth Kenny has been sort of squirming around this. I think he's really been leading the investigation. And I see that when I watch the videos of him being interrogated, he's leading that investigator right down a path that steers everyone away from him.
That's a very interesting take from you as somebody who deals with firearms and bullets and all of those things. This is another question we've got from X now. I like to call it Twitter, the original, but X. At JC Taylor asks, this one's for you, John. Is it just me, or does anyone feel like this entire process is mismanaged? Even the judge seems to be confused on how to proceed with certain things.
Well, this is not unusual in trials like this when, there's arguments over discovery, arguments over what was disclosed, not disclosed. I mean, this judge is trying to run a pretty tight ship, and I think she's done a really good job. And again, I've appeared in front of her a number of times and been yelled at by her a number of times. But I think
she seems to like to yell.
Well, she's good at this, and she does keep things on track. And I think that's what the trial has benefited from, her approach to this. But there's a lot of issues, and the defense is making a lot of headway with the discovery issues and what has and has not been disclosed.
Mm-hmm. She does like to run a tight ship. And, one thing that we saw that was very interesting this morning that I've never seen is a judge come off the bench, put on the blue gloves, open a bag of evidence, and spread out the rounds, and everybody's inspecting the rounds. I've never seen that. But she did say, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So she was going to continue with this motion hearing, and then she didn't. Let's go to our next question. Lisa from YouTube asks, didn't Baldwin hire all these people, including the rookie armorer? That's a good question. Heather Hansen, what do you make of that?
It's a great question, and it's a big part of the civil case. But here in this criminal case, his role as producer is not relevant according to the judge's ruling, and it's an appropriate ruling. Remember, he wasn't the only producer. If we're going to hold producers criminally responsible, all of the producers would have to be held criminally responsible. Civilly responsible, yes, and that's why we see all the settlements, not just with Alec Baldwin, but with the other producers, the other people involved as well. It's a great question. It's a question so many of us are asking, but there's a big difference between the standards in criminal cases, the elements of a case in a criminal case, and a civil case. Civilly, they have been brought to task for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, there is still another civil case. Actually, there are several, I think, still outstanding, including the one filed by the family of Helena Hutchins, her family members in Ukraine. So Gloria Allred, she's here somewhere. So we still have that suit that's pending as well. Let's go on to our next question. Dutch, this one's a good one for you. Baltic Topic asks, why do armorers not make it mandatory for everyone, including actors, to check every firearm as soon as they are handed it?
Well, we've been doing this for 100 years, and we've gotten a process that is very efficient and gets this done in a way that makes everybody comfortable and safe. Remember, this is an anomaly. This one instance, this one person dying from one live round for the first time, and anyone can remember in Hollywood showing up on a film set, is very, very different than what we do. I work on a show, SEAL Team. We just finished 7 seasons. And over the course of those 7 seasons, we fired off almost 2 million blank rounds, and we do it safely. If we had the time to show every single crew member all the rounds every time, or even every actor, we would never get anything done. So we have a process where the armor checks the gun, they verify it with the first AD, they can do it in front of the actor if the actor wishes to watch that, but a lot of times the actors are in a character. They don't want to come out of that space. They're ready to act, they remember their lines, they're ready to interact with the other actors, they know their marks, their lighting, all the direction and cues. Last thing they're worried about is, all right, let me get a second set of eyes on that gun. And some actors do. They say, hey, I want to see every round going, and I get it, and that's perfectly fine. But I think a lot of actors It's not part of the process, and it's not needed the way we do it. We have two sets of eyes making sure it's safe before it ever gets to them.
So you're telling me you, Dutch, as an armorer, do not show the gun to the actor. You show it to two other people who then are part of the process of handing it off to the actor.
It's on a case-by-case basis. I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, when Hollywood was still happening and we were all working and it was in overdrive, I was regular on two shows. One was SEAL Team for CBS, and that's an adrenaline-fueled shoot-'em-up show where there's gunfire galore all the time, combat scenes, helicopters, all sorts of stuff happening. And then the other show I was working on was Euphoria for HBO. And now that show is like teenagers with a drug problem in high school, and rarely would they have guns. When we brought a gun out on that set on Euphoria, we would go through every single beat every time, extra safety meetings first thing in the morning before each scene, anyone that wanted to see the gun. And on SEAL Team, where we're a machine, oftentimes we have 8 armorers working, and we might have 30 or 40 people firing guns in one take. It's not practical to stop and try to have the first AD and every actor look at every gun and every bullet. It's not practical, but so they trust us, 8 of us, to make sure they're all safe. We put them in the actor's hands. And again, the actor can observe it. I'll never preclude an actor from doing that. And on some shows, they're going to look at every bullet and examine everyone. And on other shows, we're just shooting thousands of rounds in a scene. So we do it efficiently. And if they want to see it, they can, but they don't have to. That's the point.
This is a good question for you, John. At Tell the 954-8317 asks, so this evidence that Carrie says she hadn't seen this, et cetera, does this not only impact Alec's case, but also Hannah's appeal? That's a great question.
Good question. Yeah. And it could, because, her lawyer has this appeal ready to go. And,
right.
Is this an issue that they should have known about? And does it have any sort of significant impact? We don't know yet the answer to that because we haven't seen how this is going to play out. But I think this very likely could be something that plays a role in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed appeal.
Yeah. And I want to bring up, just to tag on to that, her lawyer, Jason Bowles, has filed a motion calling for her immediate release, asking for her immediate release based on another issue. The fact that they didn't get Luke Haig, one of the experts for the state, that they didn't get his final August 31st, 2023 report. That wasn't turned over before trial. Apparently, Carrie Morrissey, there was an email where she said, this is basically my fault. I thought that I had gotten it to you and I didn't, or what have you. And he's saying, look, she should be released. We're already appealing. And now this. So it makes you wonder, and I'm going to do some work on finding out whether or not they know about these. I mean, you would think they would know because Troy Teskey is friends with Fel Reed, Hannah's father, but did the prosecution tell them about these 4 rounds that were brought in?
There are going to be a lot of appellate issues on her case.
Very interesting. But by the time they appeal, she'll be out. I mean, it'll be no longer important. Here's a split screen. Hold on, let me just stop sharing for a second. So you just have a better view. Thanks, Murder by Maestro. I'll show yours in a second. We both did it at the same time. So on the top is the Splenda bracket. It's kind of hard to see because he just sort of held it to the screen. But you can see that the handwriting is super similar. Look how similar. Look at the Y here and year and U. Here's another kind of, I think this one might be easier to read, but here's Murder by Maestro, split screen. Here's the Splenda packet, maybe a little bit clearer. What do you guys think? Did Alec Baldwin write the Splenda packet? I mean, it's just a ridiculous, unbelievable story. Someone wrote it. I mean, if it's Hillary, if it's someone else that he knows, doesn't really matter, but I'll comment below and I'll put your comments up on the screen.
Here, and as is John Day. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Pat Brooks says yes, they're similar. Murder by Maestro says if it wasn't him, meaning Alec Baldwin, he had his handwriting stunt double do it. Tuesday Money says yes. Jenny Benny says the E's are similar. Let's just take another look at it. Well, it's more interesting than looking at Law and Crime. What do you think? The Splenda Packet mystery. I think Redditors originally. First of all, I know who investigated this. Yeah, I think Melinda Logan says Alec pulled the trigger. Alec, whether he admitted it or not. And you notice that his lawyers are now arguing not that he didn't pull the trigger, that he didn't mean to pull the trigger. And the whole story about Helena Hutchins choreographing and saying, move it here, move it there, because no one testified that that ever happened. We never heard that story ever again after Alec told it in his media interviews. I think it was the George Stephanopoulos interviews, the one I remember. There's another one, she's telling me to move the gun and move it here, move it there, and it just went off like bang. So dumb. I mean, even his Harvard or Ivy League educated law team is like, we're not going for that. We're not going for that you didn't pull the trigger. So, of course, Law and Crime is going to say that this has great merit and that we should let Hannah Gutierrez read out too. They're very defense friendly, both Law and Crime and Court TV. I mean, for one, just because if they weren't, it would make it very, I guess there are, one argument would be made is it would be very boring for them. But I mean, they go above and beyond to make excuses for these accused killers. And in the case of Alec Baldwin, he's charged with involuntary manslaughter. But, they're generally on the staff of these outfits like Law and Crime and Court TV are nothing but defense attorneys. And if they've had experience as a prosecutor, it's very brief. I mean, it's just packed with defense attorneys commenting.
acts, and we will get to as many of them as we can. With me out here is John Day. He's a criminal defense attorney here in Santa Fe, and he's been following the case closely. Let's get to this question. Bishop and Bell from YouTube asks, I'll ask you this. What are the implications for Morrissey if the judge thinks she was signaling the jury? How much of an issue is this aspect?
Well, if she thinks that's what's happening, she'll tell Carrie Morrissey to cut it out. I don't know what exactly they were thinking the signaling was, but the judge is going to say, if you're doing it, don't do it. Then we're going to move on.
Yeah, definitely. That's not allowed. And then let's get to our next question. Ken Rosenberg from YouTube. Heather, this is the crux of the case. 2 days, two slightly different opinions on what is and should be done on a set. So what's an actor? Actually, I'm going to throw this to Dutch. I'm sorry about that. This is the crux of the case. 2 days, two slightly different opinions on what is and should be done on a set. So what's an actor's duty in the industry? What's the standard?
Well, the actor's duty with the gun starts when they're handed the gun. And up until then, we deal with everything about the gun. We make sure that it's safe. We keep it pointed in a safe direction. We keep our fingers off the trigger. We always treat them as though they're loaded. And we impart those rules to the actor. However, the actor may be charged with, or may have to, according to the script, point the gun at somebody or
prison sentence for her role in this whole tragedy. We are taking your questions live, so keep them coming to us on YouTube, Facebook, and X, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. We have a great panel to take your questions this hour, starting with.
So this is called Why. This is why Alec Baldwin, while we're waiting for a trial to resume, motions hearing over a Brady violation, and it's a motion to dismiss. It may get the whole case dismissed. The judge is entertaining it all day, sent the jury home. So that's the case. That's the end of the trial, very interestingly. So this is why Alec Baldwin pointed the gun at cinematographer, says the FBI agent. I haven't heard this. I just thought curious. I know I've given my theory as to what Alec Baldwin was doing. He was frustrated. His crew had left. I think Helena Hutchins was a threat to him for, I can't tell you why. She had a lot of respect of the crew. He was made to feel small and disrespected, and that's generally when he acts out violently. And so he was having a fantasy, cocking the gun and pulling the trigger and pointing it at his crew. He was angry at his crew that day. He's angry things weren't going as well. He was going to lose money. They weren't going to get the shots in that they needed that day because his crew had left over many issues, but one of those issues being safety issues. That's my theory. My boyfriend tells me I'm crazy. Let me know if you think I'm crazy, but that's the theory I've had the whole time. I think Helena was the source of, I think he aimed it at her. Because she really did have pull and power, everything that he wanted on that set. She was a threat to him. And she may have turned him down in other ways. I don't know. We will never know what happened at that dinner that night. We never hear any details. We only hear we went to dinner with the director and Helena was there. And what happened? We talked about our kids. We did this, we did that. You normally hear, but nothing. There's no details of that dinner ever given by anyone. Not even in Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial.
Bobby Chacon, he's a retired FBI agent and attorney. Also, he's worked on many TV sets and handled firearms, teaching actors how to handle firearms. Also with us here in Santa Fe is John Day. He's a defense attorney, and Safa Robinson, a former prosecutor and host here at Law and Crime. Thanks to everybody for being with me. An interesting morning in court. We heard from Marissa Popple, a crime scene evidence technician, being grilled about her searches of the prop house owned by Seth Kenney in Albuquerque. That was the supplier of the props and the dummy ammunition. And really the point that the defense is trying to get across in this whole cross-examination is the fact that the police never solved the mystery. The detectives didn't solve the mystery of how the live ammo got on set. That's a key defense theme here. And also that they're trying to imply that Alec Baldwin, didn't commit a crime here, and that possibly even Marissa Poppel thought that he didn't commit a crime. So there was an interesting bit of cross-examination. Also, they were saying that Seth Kenney maybe was just a little too helpful when they came to the prop house to search. He just was so helpful in telling them, you're not going to find that ammo here, telling them, directing them in certain areas to search. He also kind of called her out on cross-examination.
That was the crux of my issues. One of them, the crux of my issue with Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trials. You have a possible defendant, suspect, really controlling the whole crime scene. I found it weird.
Examination Alex Spiro did about her search of the actual prop house and whether or not she searched everything that should have been searched. And she said on direct examination, they did search everything. But then on cross, it came out that maybe they didn't search every single box there. She talked about shaking things and things of that nature. So let's get to your questions now. Bobby Chacon, we have a gun question for you, really an armor/gun question for you. This comes from at user-KQ4HF8SE5B. It's a really long one. Why was Alec Baldwin pointing a gun at someone that wasn't in the movie, meaning pointing that gun in the direction of Helena Hutchins?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that's not really an arm. That's a relationship between the actor and the director of photography on set and how they were. This was a blocking rehearsal, as I understand it, which means that It was a rehearsal so that the actors are in a certain place doing a certain action so that the cameras and the lighting people can adjust the situation, the positions of the camera and lighting. So you're blocking it. And then they put tape or something on the ground for the actor to be in the right spot when they ultimately shoot it later on, film it later on, excuse me. So I think that he was taking direction from the director or the director of photography on what he should be doing.
This is total nonsense. I love law and crime. They always have these experts that don't know what the heck they're talking about, haven't watched the testimony, don't know. He's watched Alec Baldwin's George Stephanopoulos interview. That's the only place where you hear that happened. He didn't have to pull out the gun. He didn't have to shoot it. He didn't have to cock it. It was just like a little motion of him pulling out the gun. It was a close-up. They'd already shot the shot of, or the bit of film, right, where Alec Baldwin pulls out the gun and cocks it, right, and fires it before lunch. This was after lunch. They were getting a small hand motion. It was not required in the scene. And they put this out uncorrected, like it's fact. I'm sorry. I may spontaneously combust, but this is things that really bother me in true crime reporting is stuff like this, where they get an expert. And I used to be, they have extra weight. Their opinion has extra weight. Who doesn't know what they're talking about? Are they going to correct him? Watch them not correct him. Hopefully they will, but I haven't watched this. I'm just watching it with you guys for the first time.
And I think you hear some of that in some of the video where you hear the director telling him to draw the weapon again. Why it was pointed in that direction, that's hopefully going to come out in some of the testimony of people that were actually in that church when that happened. But, obviously with tragic consequences. But he was taking direction from somebody on set into how to do that, how to pull the gun out, how quickly, where to point it, things like that.
Anjanette Levy isn't even listening to him. She's just nodding, waiting to get to the next question. And I understand, you got a lot of spinning plates. I understand it's hard, but you have to listen to your guests when they're throwing out nonsense like this. I understand it's hard. It's hot. She's on the set. She's trying to juggle other people's questions, but this is ridiculous. Hopefully she will correct him and say, no one says that happened but Alec Baldwin. And it's not even coming into, no one's saying this under oath, dude. Just Alec Baldwin in a pre-trial media interview meant to get him back working.
Like that.
John, I want to take this question over to you, throw this one to you. It comes from YouTube as well, at JCC8651. Why was the director excluded from these charges and largely forgotten about in the media? He was shot too. I think that's a good question because Joel Souza was shot. He was wounded. The round ended up in his back. So why did the prosecutors only charge Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter for the death of Helena Hutchins, but not for wounding Joel Souza?
You know, that's a really good question. And there's so much about the prosecutorial decision making in this case that has puzzled a lot of people. I don't know the answer. No one has ever addressed that, as far as I can tell, from the special prosecution team. As a former prosecutor,
If I would have to guess, I would say they're going to say, oh, that's going to be if Joel Souza wants to do a civil lawsuit, that because he wasn't killed. But yeah, it's a really good question as to why Joel Souza didn't come into the charges with Hannah and didn't come into the charges with Alec Baldwin. And there, you could also argue because he was the director that it would have been, I would think that he would have muddied up the case because in some ways he was complicit to the kind of lax safety violations, lax safety habits that were on that set. And to bring him in would have muddied it up. He did testify in Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, but to make him part of the charges, I would guess, that would be my guess. Let me know what you guys think. But I mean, did you see that nonsense just being spit out? And this is my frustration with Anjanette Levy. She puts out a lot of nonsense on her channel. And disinformation and doesn't correct it.
Peter, I don't know why it wasn't charged as far as that. But I mean, generally, the involuntary manslaughter charge relates to an unintentional killing, an unintentional act. And that's what Baldwin is charged with. No one's saying that he intended to do that. But I think the fact that they excluded the Joel Souza wounding, I mean, they had an actual, tragically, they had a death that the prosecutors wanted to address through the charging process. But that's a really good question.
So John, I'm going to follow up on that with my own question because we were kind of talking about this out here yesterday. Alex Spiro, one of the defense attorneys for Alec Baldwin, keeps focusing on, and he focused a lot in his opening statement on Alec Baldwin may not have intentionally pulled the trigger. And he's saying this because Alec Baldwin has denied pulling the trigger. But intent is not a part of these charges. So why are you even bringing that up? Why do you think he's doing that?
Well, you know, and that gets back to Alec Baldwin making statements to George Stephanopoulos on ABC that as a defense lawyer, you know, you're just kind of shaking your head. That's why you don't want your clients making any kind of pre.
They just had a witness, not a witness, excuse me, a guest. Just repeat all of Alex, what this guest is now saying, calling ridiculous, and I agree, statements as if they were fact. And they all sat there nodding. No one said like, hey, I understand how you might think that, but that's actually incorrect. We don't want to mislead our viewers who trust us. Oh, I find true crime reporting so poor. Why is it so poor? Why can't they do better? Why is all that we have, Court TV and Law and Crime, as far as big outlets that consistently all they do is true crime reporting, and why do they do it so poorly and in such a way that constantly re-victimizes the victim's family and excuses the accused or the convicted? Why do we have it? Why is it so poor?
Trial statements, so they have to deal with that. But in a way, it's sort of a red herring or a straw man, because the gun, the trigger, I mean, is the jury going to be focusing on this, or are they going to be addressing the bigger question, which is, why is Alec Baldwin even charged in this case? I mean, can the prosecutors prove that he was acting negligently on a film set where everything's artificial, everything is fake? It's a real gun, but they've got to establish that he had some reason to think there was something in that gun that could hurt someone.
I'm going to send this question over to you, Safa. It's from Twitter, from X, I guess is what we're calling it these days. At Jushilin Hiri asks, how expensive is this defense team? So I want you to give us kind of a ballpark answer there, because these are expensive attorneys from New York, the Quinn Emanuel law firm. Alex Spiro's from there, plus Luke Nikas, and a whole host of other attorneys behind the scenes, paralegals. Then you have local counsel from Albuquerque as well.
Well, you know, I certainly don't know for certain how much the defense team is, but you're absolutely right. You know, this defense team is from New York, a very high profile defense team. If I'm not mistaken, Alex Spiro has connections to Jay-Z and Rock Nation and some other high profile celebrities that he does represent. So pretty penny for the defense in this case, but of course can't say what it is.
John, what do you think? Ballpark. I mean, are we more than $1 million easily, I would think?
Well, look, I'm a simple country lawyer and I can't compete with the rates that they're charging out of New York. There was a People magazine story that said that Alex's rates can be as high as $2,000 an hour. But, you know, in this business, you tend to get what you pay for.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. I mean, I'm thinking quick math.
I mean, what do you guys think? Did he get what he paid for here? I mean, good pretrial motions, but I don't know if if the judge entertains this ridiculous Brady violation that's worked with sort of an innocence fraud tactic it's worked with Ryan Ferguson and Adnan Syed, two very famous innocence fraud cases, in my opinion, two very guilty people. But is this $2,000 worth? I don't know. I think that the pretrial motions have been better I've been more impressed with them than what was presented and how they've performed in court. Let me know what you think.
Math just in my head, and I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be over $1 million. I mean, it's just my thought from beginning to end, plus, you know, travel, everything all put together, and expert witnesses. Let's get to the next question. At Queen Elizabeth from Twitter asks, do you believe prosecutors wanted to take the case to trial in an effort to help the Hutchins family with their civil lawsuit against Baldwin? What do you think about that, Bobby?
You know, I hope not. I don't think prosecutors kind of weigh in on those kind of things. I think he settled that suit, I believe, already. That civil suit has been settled. So
why are former FBI experts, in my opinion, some of the most used, least trustworthy experts out there in the true crime community? That's my question. Melinda Loggins, nice to see you. What you've missed is Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father handed over the prosecution some bullets that were not the correct bullets, was not the kind of bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. And the defense is arguing that concerning these bullets, the prosecution did not hand over discovery, even though the prosecution said they did hand over discovery, and the defense is saying that they should dismiss the whole case. The judge is entertaining it, and they have sent out the jury for the day, and we're going to hear nothing but motions for the rest of the day concerning this supposed Brady violation by the prosecution. And what we're listening to is Law and Crime, a little filler piece that they did yesterday, speaking about the case, because it just seemed to get repetitive going over and over this motion. I just couldn't believe it sailed. Carrie Morrissey has been really good at throwing out or countering a lot of these fraudulent tactics done by these defense lawyers, but not this one. And Judge Marlowe is not one of my more favorite judges, I will say that. So she may just be entertaining it fully so that it won't be an issue for appeal, but it's hard to tell how convinced she is, how far the defense has swayed her with this motion. She has a poker face. It's hard. Can't even tell by the questions she asked. So that's where we are, Melinda.
I don't know that this trial is going to have much of an impact on that, obviously, but I don't think so. I think there was some odd delays in deciding whether or not to prosecute. Me and my colleagues, were wondering why it was taking so long. This wouldn't be a very complex investigation to undertake because there's only one location and a finite set of people to interview about what happened. And so we were wondering why. And then, of course, files with charges were filed and then dismissed and then refiled. And then the special prosecutors were appointed. So I don't know what was happening in that prosecutor's office on the decision and why it took so long and why it was reversed and reinstituted. But I don't think any of those decisions were because of that civil suit.
And there are a multitude, actually, of civil suits in this case. The one with Matt Hutchins was settled. That's Helena Hutchins's husband. But there is another one. Gloria Allred is representing the family of Helena Hutchins who live in Ukraine, her mother, father, and sister. So Gloria Allred's here somewhere. We had her on yesterday. She's here today somewhere. So he's being sued on multiple fronts by multiple people. Alex, though, 834-28052 is asking, aren't Stephen and Alec not on speaking terms? What changed that? Stephen's there supporting Alec. Well, I think that there was some type of, discord there for a while. They have political differences, but he is certainly here supporting his brother, as is their sister. So they've been in court the last 2 days, backing up their brother as he faces trial for these charges. From Instagram, Marianne Winkles, 1976, asks, shouldn't the question be who put the real bullet in the gun and why? John, should that be the question in this case, not whether or not Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger and shot Helena Hutchins?
That's exactly right. And that's the question that the prosecution can't answer. They can't answer that question. They can certainly blame the armorer who's doing 18 months in a state women's prison. But they haven't established and they can't establish how the live rounds got onto the set and how a live round got loaded into the gun. And if they can't link that to Alec.
Right. I mean, it's not what is this guy talking nonsense to? They don't have to link it to Alec Baldwin. They couldn't link it to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That was one of my issues with her trial. And you have Seth Kenney, the supplier, really controlling the set. I had issues with that trial. I may be one of the few. Everyone else was like, maybe I was too sympathetic. I was like, everyone else is like, she's guilty, not complicated. But I found it a little bit more complicated. And and Kara Morrissey is not one of my favorite prosecutors either. I find her very performative. And I don't know. I wonder if she's going to become a defense attorney after this trial. It just seems like she puts her glasses on her head. She does all this like kind of posturing. I find her voice hard to deal with too, but that's just a personal dislike. I don't warm to her naturally. And I think this guy's talking, these people are just talking nonsense. And my issue, the chat is talking about Carl Steinbeck, who I really like, and just thought his live stream on Karen Reed was disgusting, the pits, irresponsible, damaging to John O'Keefe's family, and thoughtless and reckless. So he started the live stream saying, I don't know much about the case, only that Karen Reed is innocent and there's tons of corruption, vague corruption that I really don't know a lot about. And apparently he's got a girlfriend. I wonder if he met her at CrimeCon. If you go back to my interview with John Allure, who's a Canadian writer whose sister Teresa was murdered, he's a tireless advocate for his murdered sister Teresa. He also has the podcast Who Killed Teresa. He described being at CrimeCon, and it really just, I understand why it exists. I don't have anything against it, just the way that he described it with crime scene tape was just so insensitive. It just made my skin crawl, made me never want to attend. But there just seems to be a pattern in true crime of reporting irresponsibly, of totally ghosting the victim and the victim's family, and totally concentrating on the salacious details of the story and the accused or the convicted. And it just has become totally unbalanced. And it's just like, let me know if there are other really pro-victim channels out there. Obviously, obviously it just seems like I'm in the minority here feeling this way. It obviously is a formula that must work, because my channel is shadow banned off of Instagram, shadow banned off of Facebook, constantly fighting with YouTube. It's a difficult road to hoe if you're going to take this position. It's not easy. I'm not complaining about it. I guess I'm just telling you the facts of it. It's not an easy way, and I don't understand. It seems like in the 80s and 90s, we were making excuses and really pushing the narrative with sexual predators that child victims couldn't be trusted, and they were all victims of false memory. And that has changed. Our media, specifically our press, has really gotten behind victims with the Me Too movement. But not so with murder victims. So I hope that I'm the beginning of a trend to really show the other side, honor the victims of these murder cases that I cover, and it will turn around and the press will get on board. I just don't understand. I understand that they're getting on board an ideology that's put out by the wrongful conviction movement, the ACLU, the anti-death penalty movement. It's just the whole innocence fraud movement is so rich, so well connected, so well accepted, that even in the child predation case that I was a juror on, all the jurors started talking about wrongful convictions and are we wrongfully convicting this guy, even though the first vote was 11-1 guilty. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're not back yet. So, hold on. Let me share this tab so we can both keep an eye on it together. And it's also in our universities, where we're really brainwashing a whole group of young people into the idea that everybody who's convicted or vast majority of the people who are convicted are wrongfully convicted. So yeah, we're at lunch now. So I'm just hoping this movement will crumble just the way all lies crumble eventually. Just the way the false memory movement, they're still the Center for Reason and Justice, but they don't have much power, the power they used to have, that's trying to get convicted pedophiles and child rapists out. But go back to PBS was doing multiple documentaries on Frank Fuster, one of the worst child offenders cases you'll ever see. McMartin's is now universally accepted as even though they weren't convicted, they were acquitted in that case. The McMartins, still considered a moral panic, a witch hunt, which it wasn't. You can go back to my episode on the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, and that eventually closed, I believe in 2020, 4 years ago. So these lies do die, but when these kind of lies catch hold and these ideas catch hold, it's like a tsunami or a runaway train. It's really hard to be the one person saying, no, this is wrong, this is false, this is a lie. And that's the situation we have now with this wrongful conviction movement. And I'm not saying that there are no wrongful convictions. It's just the amount of fraud, innocence fraud cases are just enormous because they pay off in our civil courts with multi-million-dollar judgments paid by you, paid by our taxpayers.
D from YouTube. Is his interview on ABC coming into evidence? You know, it's listed as a defense exhibit, and I feel like the only way it could come in is if Alec Baldwin's on the stand. Am I wrong about that?
Well, the prosecution would have to open the door otherwise, but you're correct. It could come in. You know, it's interesting. It reminds me of a case that I covered a long time ago where the defendant didn't have to testify because there had been so many media interviews that were played throughout the course of the case that it was almost as if that person had testified. It would be great if the defense could find a way to get it in. They've got to be able to establish relevance. They've got to be able to establish that it is the best evidence of what Alec Baldwin would have said. But to be able to have him give his thoughts, his opinions, his words without being subject to cross-examination, if I were the prosecutor, I would argue very strongly against that. And if I were the defense, I would love it.
Interesting. Let's get back to another question. Kim Best from YouTube. Where's Seth Kenney? Let's put him on the stand. Well, Carrie Morrissey said, John, that she said, I got him coming down to the courthouse now.
Yeah, and just Dutch mentioned this too. He's become a major figure in this case. And of course, the defense wants the jury to go back and when they're deliberating, if they get to that point, to be thinking about Seth Kenney a lot because it's this vague, unclear, uncertain role that he played. The defense has, I think, made a lot of headway in terms of trying to pin issues around him and to paint him as somebody who, the jury ought to be thinking about. No one's going to be able to answer the question ultimately, but they want the jury to be thinking about him in deliberations.
Our next question, Dutch, is for you. Misdemeanor from YouTube asks, and we're going to have to keep it short here. Wasn't Alec Baldwin instructed to point the gun in a certain direction and shoot it?
Well, he was instructed by the director and the director of photography where to aim the gun within the frame. They just happened to.
That's no. More misinformation. They're doubling down on this bullshit. Excuse my language. I'm going to spontaneously combust. Was no one? What happens when people testify in these trials? Is law and crime, are all these experts too busy to listen? He's just supposed to pull the gun out of his jacket. That shot had gone. They were framing the shot, but no one was directing at Alec Baldwin at the time that this happened. He was sitting alone in the church. I think we may have to go back and go over Helena Hutchins' family's video, if it still exists, if it hasn't been, been completely wiped from the internet by Alec Baldwin's PR. Like that insensitive drawing. This is outrageous.
Be standing right in front of him looking at him.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
Let's go back.
Prosecutor, I would argue.
Hey, thank you for coming down and sitting with me. It's been a great time. Heather Hansen is going to be taking over after this break, and we hope you'll stay with us. Stay with us on YouTube and on the network, and we'll bring you the very latest. I'm Anjanette. Heather,
A gun right after.
bit short here. Wasn't Alec Baldwin instructed to point the gun in a certain direction and shoot it?
Well, he was instructed by the director and the director of photography where to aim the gun within the frame. They just happened to be standing right in front of him looking at a monitor. He was to their right, and they weren't paying attention to the fact that they were having a guy point a gun right at them. So he was doing as he was directed.
That's what Alec Baldwin said. He was.
That's what he said, so it makes it true. No one else says that. Why do people like Anjanette Levy purposely misinform and lie to their audience for an accused involuntary manslaughter? Please help me out. Please help me understand what's the advantage of this. Nothing says it's to fill the airways, let it out. I'm going to spontaneously combust. I mean, why do they lie to their audience? Their whole point is to inform the public. And they have to know that's a lie. I know Anjanette Levy follows me on Twitter. I may send her a tweet. Because this is absolutely absurd. She's like, that's what he said. So it's true. Come on, guys, it's true. The guy has been caught in so many lies. He said he quit smoking. He said he was smoking a cigarette. He said right afterwards. I mean, how many? He said his wife's Spanish. She's from Boston. I mean, how many lies has Alec Baldwin been caught in? It's absurd. Why do they jump aboard the innocence fraud train every single time? And it's really interesting that Alec Baldwin's lawyer is so connected to the hip hop or rap community. I find that fascinating. J Rocka, Jay-Z, Megan Thee Stallion. So curious how that happened and how he picked this lawyer. This goes back to why, it was so disappointing when Carl Steinbeck did that, Karen Reed. We have so little true crime reporting with any integrity. And to go out and do a show before he knew the case, he didn't listen to the trial, but he has a firm opinion on it. I mean, does anyone else get how absurd that is? I don't know anything about the case, only that Karen Reed is innocent and only that she's a victim of corruption. And it reminds me of that. Well, the theory is, or some people's theory is, that this is all coming from his Free Karen Reed girlfriend. It reminds me of the story of Frank Sinatra when he got a copy of Sybil Shepherd's album. And he said what some guys will do for a broad. I mean, supporting a cop killer. And then he's like, I don't know anything about the witness harassment campaign or the victim harassment campaign. Well, it's your duty to know, Carl. It's your duty to know. You have influence. You have an audience. You have their ear. It's your duty to do better. John O'Keefe died a horrific death. It's your duty to do better, to know the case, and to support your argument with better things than vague corruption. There's a lot of corruption. Yeah, they just had weak evidence. Oh, really? And when I noticed one person got kicked out when they asked, well, really, why did it take 8 weeks for the prosecution to present such weak evidence, such little evidence? Booted. You know, that's an innocence fraud tactic. They don't debate. They only remember the Karen Reed debate that none of the free Karen Readers showed up at? They were all invited. They all said they would show up, and then they all reneged. And that will tell you that they know they can't support their argument. I will present my argument to any free Karen Reader any day of the week. Debate them any day of the week. But they don't engage in debate. This other side doesn't engage in debate. They only engage in censorship and insults. And this has been a theme with my show, and a constant, meaning a theme as far as the actions of the other side of these cases since I started my show. They don't want to show up. They don't want to present their side of the argument to a skeptic, to someone who really knows the case and has a different opinion. They only want to answer softball arguments to people who either don't know the case or who agree with them. And that's just difficult. And that will tell you that also that fact that everyone was being booted, that he doesn't have a lot of confidence in his opinion. And if you don't know the case, don't talk about it. Talk about the Adelson case one more time. No one seems to be getting sick of that. Seems to get a big audience every week talking about it, even though there's not much going on. There is some movement in Donna's case that's interesting. I may talk about it soon. A couple things have happened. But we're really, I think there's going to be more filings as we get closer to September. Donna's case. I think it's going to be a super interesting case. I won't show my hand too much, but some really interesting developments in that as far as the witness list. Doesn't mean that these people are going to testify. Tammy Hendricks says, I was so disappointed in Carl. I unsubscribed to his channel. I never thought I ever thought he would join the grifters. So disappointing. Yeah. It just seemed to be really not well thought out and insensitive and irresponsible. And for someone who talks about justice for Dan Markell and, no justice for John O'Keefe's family. They don't deserve justice for no reasons. For no reasons, for vague reasons. I don't know the case in detail. I didn't watch the trial, but I have a really strong opinion. That's like a recipe for disaster, Carl. And I think so much of my anger comes from really liking him and from disappointment. And once you re-victimize a victim's family, I don't want to know you. I'm too close to it. I know what it does, and it's destructive, extremely destructive and unnecessary just because you need another topic for your live stream. And to attack me and say I attacked your integrity, I asked one question. My one question was, why does Dan Markel's family deserved justice and not John O'Keefe's. And if you really believed in Karen Reed's innocence, you would say, well, in this case, he does deserve justice, but this is a really obvious case. Instead, I get banned from his live stream, as does everyone else with any skepticism or any difference of opinion. I don't want to keep going on about this, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel. I was super angered by it and disappointed and depressed, and I found it demoralizing and depressing and disappointing. You know, I defended him when STS attacked him. And it looks like, I don't know if I wondered if one of the motivations was that he wants to get back in with Joel and the STS people who jumped aboard the Free Karen Reid train after they treated him so terribly and insulted him. Not a good idea. It's just, there's something really callous about that kind of true crime reporting and manipulative. And I think Joel hides behind his mother, who's a Holocaust survivor, and manipulates his audience by using her horrific experience as a free license to re-victimize victims' families and do sloppy reporting. Let's see. Yeah, Antoinette Levy. Apparently, she was pretty good with the Stephen Avery, Teresa Hallback's murder, horrible murder by Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery. But I've been really disappointed by most of her reporting. There's not a lot of good reporting out there. Here's Steve Wolf, let's watch a little Steve Wolf. He's always so good on this subject. I'll keep an eye on the courtroom. Let's just watch a gun expert, Steve Wolf, explain the issues in this case.
That there wasn't a live round found in the prop truck when we're really talking about an actor with a gun that has a live round that was fired into a woman that killed her.
It doesn't really matter what was on the prop truck.
Why do they say into a woman? Why can't they say Lena Hutchins' name? Why is it like that? Why is Ashley Banfield so desensitized to the cases she talks about? Is this something that happens in law school or in our universities? Let me know what you think.
I mean, apparently all the live ammo on set was distributed among the actors. There probably was none left for the prop truck.
That's so shocking to hear that. And that's me, who doesn't work on a movie set, and you do. So your reaction to learn about A, multiple live rounds on the movie set, B, another one in Alec Baldwin's bandolier, and C, this brand new piece of evidence that there's another actor that has a live round in his bandolier.
Yeah, so there's always a presumption that there's live ammo around, and that's why you check every round. I have no idea why they had dummy rounds that looked just like live ammo. That is completely senseless. If this is what a live round looks like, and this is what a dummy round looks like, and this one clearly has holes drilled in it, and when you shake it, you can hear the BBs in there. That's what's necessary to, be able to distinguish the live round from the dummy round. Having them look the same kind of defeats the whole purpose if you can't tell one from the other.
Well, to me, that sort of, goes to the Baldwin argument. If it is that difficult to tell the difference, how is a mere mortal who's not a gun expert or an armorer supposed to be able to tell the difference? And that is where I want you to tell me about all this training that actors get and producers and anybody who's working on a movie set with live ammo. Does the training get into the real nitty gritty and shake that cartridge and shake it all and let you know every piece of information that you need to know?
It absolutely does when I do it. A prop is defined as anything that an actor holds. Okay, so hold the spoon, hold the eyeglasses, hold your pipe. All right, so you're not going to hurt anyone then. When the prop that's in your hand, is a live firearm, then the onus is a little bit more serious because there's never a time when you don't treat a live firearm like a live firearm just because you happen to be using it on a movie. Now, we make a big deal about, an armorer, blah, blah. I'm sure that the vast majority of your audience has sufficient gun knowledge to know the difference between, dummy rounds that have holes in them and live ammo. Not only that, but to know that the rules of gun safety state that you don't point guns at people unless you want to put a hole in them, and you don't put your finger on the trigger of a gun that you don't intend to discharge. So if this was something really complex,
what if the script tells you you have to?
What's that?
What if the script tells you that you have to? Because in the movies, they do point guns at the camera. They do point guns at each other. They have to. It's part of La La Land. So isn't it just a different set of rules?
Yeah, no, it's not really. If you have to point a gun at the camera, there doesn't have to be people by the camera. They have something called Video Village, which is a live video tap from the movie camera to all the people that want to watch it, the producers, the executive producers, etc., the people who aren't in that scene. They all watch on camera, and there's no reason that the cinematographer can't also watch on camera if you have to point the gun right at the camera. And most actors are trained, if it says to point the gun at someone, it's called cheating it. You cheat it slightly to the side, left or right, to make sure that you're actually not pointing the gun at someone. And the camera can't tell the difference. So there's really no reason to do it.
Can you just I want to pull on that thread a little bit more, Steve, because I swear to God, ever since the Go Ahead and Make My Day, I have always assumed they are literally pointing it at each other because it really looks that way. Are you telling me that all of these movies I've seen where, whether it's Scarface or anything else, they're cheating every one of those guns away from the target in the script?
Well, first of all, when you quote Make My Day, are you quoting Clint Eastwood or Ronald Reagan?
Good point.
They both use it.
Definitely Clint Eastwood.
But yes, in any proper set, the guns are not pointed at people. There's just no reason to do it. If this is the gun, and it's called for for this, okay, well, I'm actually not pointing it right at camera right now. Now I am. It's really not much different. You're not going to see that in a movie, but it could make all the difference as to whether someone is injured or not. So guns are directional, and you can't hurt people with them unless you point it at them. And that is how you take away a lot of the risk. Simply don't point it at somebody. So you had to do both things wrong, right? You had to point the gun at somebody, you had to have live ammo in it, and you had to press the trigger. And all three of those happened.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Ms. Johnson? I'm not sure where she went.
Okay, we're back, it looks like.
I'm assuming maybe she ran to the restroom. I don't know. Lord. I'm not sure about that. You know where I'm going? Okay. She's in the restroom. Do you want to begin? No, wait. Okay. Part of the team. Part of the team? Sure, sure. All right, we're back on the record. Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue and a record should be made, and we are here to do that.
Okay. That's Ms. Hancock.
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenny. How do you want me to take the testimony and then, I mean, it's your motion, so that's why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kenny.
I think this Corporal Hancock, if it's a hearing, can she not be sequestered?
Sure, she can sit outside.
Okay. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat. Come back to the microphone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Move it a little closer to you. You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry.
blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the history.
He's a work friend.
How long have you known him?
Of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no. But props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883?
Correct.
As a prop house? You own a prop house?
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So, if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach. And
what does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach.
We don't do this for a living.
Yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds from, did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those live, who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thale provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of months.
When you say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Oh, thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household grade bin. Approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes. And then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get this?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag, the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons, and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse. And they were so corroded, they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attributed it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second. The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5-row wide, 10-row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So, did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and you know, why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and Obviously, there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck, just passed along
Okay,
to...
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kinney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this document is.
Okay, let's go.
What is it going to be? These are going to be, actually, this is a separate motion hearing. So when I marked that the supplemental as courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1.
Okay.
Motion hearing. And then while we're here, I have not marked those. So those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kinney?
Well, now you're going to have to, well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1 and courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your 1s and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit?
No, because we're in a motion hearing.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer to. You don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Can you mark this? Can you mark that for me? Courts 2, Roman numeral 2.
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors? Oh, sorry, did I miss that? Yeah.
Okay, well, he's doing this first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top. Thank you. Okay.
Do you see what's in front of you, sir?
Video.
Is this what? Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy Teskey in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thale Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883?
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The Cowboy training camp. Yeah. And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be 2 different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point,
What gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me 2 options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago,
Not making what?
nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds
specifically
in the
rounds.
photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay, and then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay. Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have 4 different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kinney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can you see it? Do you want me to
The gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep, I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No. And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department?
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reader Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you.
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, failed definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done. How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Rust.
Okay. I'll pass this witness. And Mr. Spiro, is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
Just if you could email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the thousands of times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about?
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's all right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Thousands of productions that you've.
1,000-ish, not thousands.
Okay. The 1,000 productions that you've. Oh, you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
Or an episode.
each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds, right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds in all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. You arrived the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck, yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883? Not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883, yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts, again, you say dummies, I get it, to Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Russ had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
No, just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is States 30?
I haven't seen her at all during this trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row, in the middle, just above the 2 zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, what you think you said in direct is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock
This, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning, because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct, yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things changed, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Ms. Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards, that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay, well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot?
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case?
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the days that followed, do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing, correct?
Correct.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, and with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen? Okay. Did you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute. But the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like, I don't have the photo, so, but the photo that you took and sent to, of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's court exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one? No, mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be stakes 1.
Stakes
I
1.
just haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it stakes 1 for now. Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement, that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing, how come when you provided defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's
why didn't you provide the message of this sucks?
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other officers.
Yeah, November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said, shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right? And the she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the commingled round.
Yeah, the whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition to the set of Rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
And by the way, that's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads and the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the...
Yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
You have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment, yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises?
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's
But you-
possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
He sounds, yeah, roughly accurate. Yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
The last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't
This
have
witness
anything.
is excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness. Thank you.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kinney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kinney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me, I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, VHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office, I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes, and to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brendel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file?
I just want the ones that Popple testified off of, not any cross.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had at the sheriff's department?
Where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have those?
There should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body-worn camera.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets. The physical. I'll take the physical.
The physical, is it in the You don't need photos of boxes?
No,
just
okay. I want what she testified of. The ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrissey. Okay, thank you.
37, 36, 37, 38. Oh, so you want the actual bullets?
No, these are fine.
Okay,
Well, I was gonna take the photos, but these are good too.
Okay.
Are these, may I ask, are these all these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are.
These are the sum total?
Correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
Sure. Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
it's 16, 17. Hang on, we need to catch up with you if you're going to give us numbers. Hang on.
All right. Do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15, 16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. And then 20, 21, 23.
Okay, slow down, because it's, if you would, please. What was give me the first number again? We've got a ton of exhibits.
20, 21.
20 and 21?
23, 25.
Hang on. This is 20. You want that?
No, I just want the gun.
21 is the shot of the pew.
Yeah, I don't want the pew. I want
Okay, what else?
Just
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. But she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken on the set.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This does, okay. This one has ammunition on it?
Which is that from, oh, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only
9.
want the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Okay. So what I'm handing you is all photos of states exhibits that were of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
Glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah.
These are the ones I have.
I have them here.
There you go, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. These are it? After all I asked for? Seems kind of thin from what I.
You know what? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick.
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of Rust?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get...
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure,
so,
and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants.
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that Seth Penny got from Teskey?
If you guys have a flash drive, I'll give you that video right now.
And can you blow that up?
No, the top or the bottom?
The top.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
Sure.
All right, so you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see. One similar to the Starline Brass Color Primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It says 45 Colt.
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
in what why is it different in the primer color?
Because the primer on the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust.
To the live ammunition.
To the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
Yes, Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, yes.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on live. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can I proceed, John?
Yes.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start without that.
All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Afternoon.
When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody...
I missed the question. Let me just ask it. Sure. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenney, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them? In relation to this case or in relation to the past case?
In relation to any case.
It's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
He was excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Do you remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Mr. Kenney was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay. Okay. And you see at the top, this is a screenshot that he's sending you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Here, I'll read it. Yup, it's evidence in the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today, okay?
Okay.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was where that originated from was from Thel.
Well, but see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase? Shit, but it's her fucking fault? He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny if he kept saying that?
No.
Oh, okay. So in any event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenny, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenny, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh. So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Okay, so this, that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said that, no running things.
My
Speak.
request is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Spira's.
That is not an objection.
Okay.
What is your objection?
I want to correct the record that.
One word.
I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself, a police report.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Papa, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, and the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it?
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there
Well-
when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
so
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that he all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially. I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now?
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
overruled.
Is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there's one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know, I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you, you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that you then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
She asked you a question.
I'm asking for which phone.
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case, because we have those,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used, no.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls, Mr. Teskey, from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called?
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you used for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so it's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay?
That's our dispatch number.
Oh, okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claimed you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
The court has some follow-up questions. So on testimony, I don't know who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
All right, and at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay, so then you find out that because he couldn't, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped out the ammo, right?
Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure who told me, but.
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The rust evidence?
No.
Why
just,
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off?
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just very, very brief follow-up on the first questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen.
Well,
or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions for this one.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to continue.
I asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you. Redirect?
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body camera.
I agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do. Corporal, as you sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's Exhibit 29, how do you know that's related to the set of rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10, how do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you know these rounds were in any way related to the set of rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Randall, if that's his.
Are you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Witness is excused. Thank
Okay.
you. Your next witness?
Contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes.
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of rust.
Yes.
Okay. He brought ammunition into.
That he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure who told me, but.
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't. You said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing. But this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So, did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off?
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in the separate file?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just very brief follow-up on those questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to
I asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you. Redirect.
I can't provide the video until she logs into the system.
I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my record, so I need to get the video in.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body cam.
I agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do. Corporal, as you sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof. And if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Randall, if that's his. Are you finishing? Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
This is excused. Thank you. Your next witness?
Basic Judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes.
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
Yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes.
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
It is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great. Okay. Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
I have no idea where it is now, so.
Well, we're going to have to mark it before we publish it.
Do you want me to put it on a flash drive for the court and mark it that way?
Move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
I don't know.
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2. Can we display?
Yeah. Well, you're publishing it, and but go ahead. I mean,
I'm not sure what.
All right.
Do you want to see the video or no?
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
that's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record, that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No.
where it's
Why don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio will
It
kick
comes on, okay.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah. How you doing? Troy, Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this. Like a chain, like a statement. Yeah, we have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll. That's my wife. Hi,
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is. Hello. You're standing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so we have like a chain of custody.
Where we go?
Wherever you want to go to get that. Can go to the interview. It's fine. Sure. I can fill out a statement or something. Witness statement. What it was, when I'm a witness, I was called here as a witness to the Gus trial. And I live in Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to. I got the trial. He said at the last minute, he said, "Okay, I want you to testify." And then they didn't want the other.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, what do you guys do for enough?
Yeah, I don't care what you do, I just don't want to have it.
That's okay.
And they're 45 cartridges, like.
They're from the set?
No.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Could you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Well, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teskey. T-E-S-A-E. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it on
And where are you getting called by?
a retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense, okay. But they didn't end up using it. Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
And we'll drop them. Okay, so they're gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. He was good and said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Roseland, which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out. Don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What side?
On the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Objection. Do you have any basis to know that?
Well, if he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
But it's the defense.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I want to go.
They told me no. The defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and two times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kinney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here. But Seth, he was a friend of mine. And Seth Kinney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time. And he said, you're on the record? I want to know what's going on because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch that came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
You know him too?
Yeah, I know of everybody.
I've awesome.
Dealt with this case a lot.
Okay. That's perfect. The other perfect person to what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
All right. Well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So my big concern was having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds."
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then I said, "Well, you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture." So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it, and Seth said, "Yeah, this is evidence from the accidental shooting." The accident.
And when you say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Fell went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was
Sir, why did your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes.
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
Correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual is here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions. Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want me to leave it here?
I don't-
You don't need it? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and vouchered it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes into the room, she says, I've dealt with this case a lot, right?
Yes.
And Teskey says, you're the perfect person, right?
Yes.
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
Yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reid case, and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Right, and you I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning in evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness?
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay? Thank you. We're in recess.
to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Where they agreed from that
clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
it doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened. I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now. Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to, you know, I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
Okay.
Do you want me here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
All right, Ms. Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 Cowboy Training Camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all six rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, Great. Do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, "I'm not taking that ammunition from you." That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, "You and your ammunition better get out of here," because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
May I ask a few questions, Your Honor? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad?
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Belle Reed, and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question. When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine, and that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
you say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us that it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false?
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these, I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of rust.
The truth of this matter is you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
Do you deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well,
responsive.
I don't want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All
questions.
right, do you have any follow-up testimony? All right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All
I
right,
don't think either side needs further argument on this point.
all right. So dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state, quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransigence. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated, State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
This is some
We
big
are in recess.
right here. Let's talk about it. So this is a common innocence fraud, slimy lawyer tactic. The bullets weren't even on the set. They had nothing to do. It wouldn't have helped Alec Baldwin either way. I don't understand this ruling. Please, if someone can help me explain it. But this is something I saw with Carrie Morrissey before. Just not being completely honest and made me uncomfortable in Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. She should have handed this over to the defense, even though it wasn't at all material. I don't think it warranted. I don't understand. There was like, the judge just said, oh, it was helpful to the defense. How? Can you explain? Could you take a minute and explain how that would have been helpful to the defense? Bullets that weren't on the set. And this is something I've seen. Well, Adnan Syed is its own case. I mean, all the evidence was so ridiculous. That was really a Soros prosecutor, but they did use a Brady violation in that. Ryan Ferguson, they used a bogus Brady violation to get him off, going from court to court to court to court, getting turned down multiple times till one court finally said yes. This is a common technique, and the rich have an advantage in every aspect of our society. And this is the real difference between Hannah Gutierrez Reed, a sort of she had these lawyers. Let's think about how her trial would have gone. All this, she said it would have been devastating to her to have this evidence. But I called this early on. I said, Alec Baldwin's going to get away with this. I feel he's going to get away with this. I never like to call how a jury's going to go. I just felt this very early on in this case, very strongly. I'm not a psychic. I knew his lawyers were super strong, and I thought that this would go this way. I'm not surprised. But the bigger punishment, and it's a sort of OJ situation we have going here, the bigger punishment, I think, for Alec Baldwin is I think he's going to be shunned by Hollywood. I mean, obviously Roman Polanski wasn't, but he's not the talent. He's not a super talent. He's not in his prime. And, I think that his punishment is going to be irrelevance and a loss of wealth. He's also got to face a zillion civil actions. So to Helena Hutchins' family, I feel terrible, but I think that what would 18 months in jail do? I mean, it would give some satisfaction, some sense of justice, but yeah, this isn't one of the big, it's not one of the big heartbreakers for me. I watch, my area of interest is in innocence fraud, is watching really strong cases that have been affirmed and multiple appeals courts just get overturned and destroyed on nonsense, on innocence fraud campaigns and fraud, total fraud upon the court. This was a fraud upon the court. That's the stinger in this, but I don't know what 18 months would in jail, jail. I've never liked this judge. I don't understand her reasoning. And it's really interesting in our system. There's nowhere for the state to appeal. The defense can always appeal, but not the state. So, of course, they have he will be looked at as a universal sleaze, Alec Baldwin. He will be a social pariah. He's already universally disliked. I know he does have his supporters, but he's a sleazoid. I don't respect his politics, and I don't like him. I think he's a phony. I mean, his politics don't extend to, you say, even if you liked his politics, he doesn't live his politics. So his politics are an idea. He supports the strike and then doesn't support taking care of his own workers when it comes out of his pocket. How do you respect that, Carrie Morrissey? This is a real blow to her to her career. And I really thought that Carrie Morrissey, I'm not a big fan of hers. I know I have a really odd, probably no one's take on this, but I was uncomfortable in Hannah Gutierrez Reed, how Seth Kenney was allowed to sort of go around the set and control the investigation. I was concerned when the assistant director got on the stand who took the plea deal, Halls, and he said, Hannah handed Alec the gun. No one says that. And she just like moved by it like it was nothing, like it never happened. And I thought that was dishonest. I mean, he took a plea deal. He's going to lie on the stand. I mean, what's going on? Why are you saying that now? Like no one says that, not Alec Baldwin, not Hannah Gutierrez Reed. No one has said that ever. You get that? Those are things that I was uncomfortable with. I was uncomfortable with her. I mean, we can watch him in his disgusting brood, but he's going to be, he's not going to be invited to the A-list parties. He's not going to get the roles he needs. He's not going to, this is not an exoneration. This is called getting off on a technicality. And it's certainly not the exoneration he needs to get back into Hollywood. That's my view from growing up in Hollywood. If it's changed, Hollywood's changed. If we're more, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's going to have the career. It wasn't on an upswing before this. I think he's never going to have, fully his career back. He may do some small things here and there, but the big bucks are gone. And that may be punishment enough for someone vain and shallow and hypocritical like Alec Baldwin. That's what I have to say. Does anyone have any questions, or let's look at your comments? That's my spiel. Do you think I'm wrong? I don't know. I just felt this from the beginning, and I'm not a jury predictor, as you know. I mean, it would have been smarter if I said, oh, this is not even going to get to jury, but I just knew he was going to get off somehow. He's going to milk this and say he was exonerated. That's the way an innocence fraud campaign goes. He may hire a publicist to try to get back to work, but I don't think the public wants him back. I mean, one of the best things he does is I think he will be back in 5 years. That may be true. Tarantino will cast him. That could be. But I'm talking about a real full career that could support a Hollywood, a Hamptons home like he had. Who would want him on a set with guns? Yeah, it's a sickening outcome, because I could handle it more if the defense, I know probably every law tuber is going to say it had absolute merit, but this Brady violation is ridiculous. And this is the abuse of the Brady violation. If the defense didn't get every little thing, even something that's totally immaterial, they're going to run on it. And that's what happened with Ryan Ferguson. Adnan Syed, it wasn't at all favorable to Adnan Syed. It was actually a witness talking about Adnan Syed harassing Eamon Lee before he murdered her. That's the new suspect. And there's Anjanette Levy. Terrible, terrible coverage by her. Yeah, and yeah, thanks, Tommy TV. And people will go see Rust. Yeah, he may make his money back on Rust, but how much? I'm not going to see it. It looks terrible. The best thing about it looks like the cinematography. But I'm not the rest of America. But who's going to the movies, though, nowadays? I guess it'll get sold, to Netflix or something? Yeah, right. Justice is what happened to finding out what happened to Elena. We know what happened, Alec Baldwin. And he knows he's guilty. You don't. He knows he's one guilty MFer. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Holly. Defense brought up these issues during pretrial. It seems like the judge overnight turned against the prosecution. I find her hard to take, Carrie Morrissey. I'm sorry. I don't warm to her. I'm just telling you how I see it. I calling it like I see it, you know. I don't warm to her. I don't find her candid. And that, I think her personality made these claims seem more real, even though they had absolutely no merit. Right. Right. So Sinclair Reed has a great comment here. So we all get to get access to investigators' personal phones and their comments to people, and the litigators have to take the stand. Insane world we live in. I thought you did a good job on the stand, Carrie Morrissey. But it seemed like by the questions, I knew we were in trouble by the questions the judge was asking. And she was angry. And I would love to hear a really good lawyer talk about this, not a law tuber, because they're all going to say this is great. And it had merit. But so obviously did it to my eye. How would bullets that weren't on the set help Alec Baldwin? How would that help him? Please explain it to me. And right, as he jets away on a private jet, it's hard to take, right? This is a side of our legal system. It's a very OJ-like side of our legal system where the rich have advantage. I'm not going to talk too much more. If anybody else wants to come on and talk, I can send out the link, but chat with me about it. I think I've really covered it, right? I mean, is there anything else to say? It cut the trial real short. Right. Now, and that's why he has so much anger. Now he knows he can kill people and get away with it. But at what cost? Personal cost him. You have to remember, this is a guy who's vain, who values his social status, who values money, who only hangs out with the super rich and the famous, even if they're accused child abusers like Woody Allen. He'll defend them. He'll defend murderers. And we have to remember that the plot of Rust was about an accidental shooting. Kid who died from an accidental shooting. I think we can all remember this. Okay. This is Baldwin in 2017. Isn't that an interesting coincidence? Here's another great quote. We both thought the gun was empty and it wasn't, and that's not Helena's responsibility, and that's not my responsibility. Yeah, it is your responsibility. And if I ever see Baldwin at the opera, I'll give him a piece of my mind. And I'm sure other people will. Yeah, his fantasy came true. This was a story idea that Alec Baldwin gave for Rust. So he was part of the script, and that's how he acts out with violence when he feels slighted and small. All right. Hey, Pat Brooks. It was a not guilty verdict. It wasn't a not guilty verdict, and money is all he cares about. Oh, that's interesting, Pat. So in my opinion, he's done in the Hollywood world, at least for a while. You know, Murder by Maestro may be right. We have a short memory in America, certainly. And we love comeback stories and we forgive a lot. But you have to remember that these are actors and directors who are very narcissistic, who care about themselves. They don't want to get shot by Alec Baldwin on a set, certainly won't be on a set with guns. And this may change. I mean, maybe the best thing that will come out of this will change the way that Hollywood movies are shot. And it seems like they keep wanting to use guns, though. They don't want to pay the extra money to CGI them in and whatever else they're going to do. So in my opinion, he's done. This is Pat's comment in the Hollywood world. You couldn't pay me to watch anything he comes out with. Yeah, I agree. So does everybody understand what a Brady violation is? It's when you don't hand over evidence to the defense. So they're saying that because they didn't hand over these bullets that came in late during Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, that came from Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father, Thel Reed, that were never on the set, that were given to investigators as sort of way to exonerate him and to say, see, these are the bullets. And, you know, no, you're confused, Holly. So what they said was because the prosecution didn't hand over the evidence concerning these bullets that weren't on set, had nothing to do, but were that ended up being part of late into the investigation during Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, that somehow that was exculpatory to Baldwin, which I don't understand how. How would they go down with the saying, I mean, what would you go down with? This was a different bullet defense? When everyone said these weren't the bullets. This wasn't the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. So please someone explain to me how that's exculpatory. It just seems like I know prosecutors do their best because this report wasn't downloaded. So in the beginning of this hearing, I heard that it was handed over, at least the report was, but because the bullets weren't handed over to the defense, I'm confused on that issue. So it sounded like it wasn't even part of the, that you thought it was on the, what do you call it, Dropbox, and it wasn't. That was handed over to the defense. It's a serious technicality but technicalities are there to protect us. How does protect the next person that's on trial? How does this protect the next person? We're supposed to hand over everything to the defense. I guess that's totally immaterial and wasn't even part of the scene of the crime. So if I get murdered in this apartment, are investigators supposed to go to the apartment building next over and bring things from there over to the defense? I mean, right. That's what I don't understand. Or even the apartment next to me, not the apartment building or the apartment next to me. There's a reason why we have crime scenes. This wasn't part of the crime scene. So Thel Reed, it's kind of interesting, exonerated by accident, meaning to help his daughter, exonerated his daughter's enemy, really. Because in the end of the story, I mean, if you listen to anybody who knows anything about guns, we can go over it. I think this would be a good time to just review this, and then I'm going to just gun expert say, it's really on the person with the guns. You don't point guns at people. And where Hannah Gutierrez Reed really lost her case is when she had an expert come, even though he checked the gun, knew it wasn't, but he was pointing guns places, after, on a trial about gun safety. It wasn't danger. It with the optics of it were terrible. Hold on one second. Let me just pull this up. But this is the last vanity project for Alec Baldwin. Here we go. Let's hold on one second, guys. Hold on 1 second. I think this is a good place to just remind everybody what this case is about. It's not about technicalities. It's about Alec Baldwin's actions and the loss of Helena Hutchins' life.
Of the deadly shooting on the set of Rust. This as testimony continues in the involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering trial of the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. For more on the trial, I want to welcome Julia Jacobs. She's a culture reporter for the New York Times. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
There's lots to get into here. I want to start with a firearms expert that testified yesterday, saying that he sees no evidence the gun used in the shooting was broken. Let's take a listen.
If I've decided what I'm going to shoot at is to be shot at, pull the trigger. Hammer falls off of a ledge, a little notch. Actually, it's more of a step on the hammer.
So, Julie, explain to us how this testimony actually sort of contradicts what Alec Baldwin is alleging happened.
Right. So remember, after the Rust shooting happened, after Helena Hutchins died on the set of Rust, Alec Baldwin did an interview in which he said that he did not pull the trigger of that gun, that he pulled the hammer.
Right. He let it go and it goes off. It doesn't go off on its own, guys. Guns do not go off on their own. I mean, whatever. And Alec Baldwin's like, I didn't know what happened. I thought she might have fainted. And I just want to get to Tuesday Money's comment. It's like evidence from an apartment from another state. Right. This wasn't even in the same state, these bullets. I mean, it's such a bad ruling. Here's another one. This is someone not connected to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, which may be more powerful. Just going to make my point with this. And everybody's familiar with guns, like that has publicly spoken, has said it's impossible to shoot this gun without cocking the pistol and pulling the trigger.
America Weekend. I'm Amanda Brilhanti, and it's time to get you caught up with some rapid reactions. Now, chaos on set of New Mexico movie after Alec Baldwin, that is, fired a prop gun, killing award-winning cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who was a wife and mother. Now, we're going to go into a little more detail about who Helena Hutchins is. To start, she was devoted to her work. Her latest Instagram, as you can see here on your screen, shows her smiling, riding a horse through the desert of the New Mexico movie set. And one of the things she said on that post was the perks about her job is she gets to ride horses in between that. Now, Hutchins describing herself on Instagram as restless dreamer, adrenaline junkie, and cinematographer. And echoing the words of other celebrities and colleagues who shared their memories of her across social media yesterday, a day of mourning for many who knew Hutchins. Helena's husband speaking out saying, there aren't words to communicate the situation. There's his statement right there on your screen. Now, tributes flowing from actors throughout the film industry who are left in shock, and fellow colleagues who call her a brilliant talent who was absolutely committed to art and to film. Now, Alec Baldwin also breaking his silence on the tragic incident yesterday, posting to Twitter and Instagram saying, quote, there are no words to convey my shock and sadness regarding the tragic accident that took the life of Helena Hutchins, a wife, mother, and deeply admired colleague of ours. Adding, I'm in touch with her husband, offering my support to him and his family. My heart is broken for her husband, their son, and all who knew and loved Helena.
How many people are injured? Two, that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out. We all ran out. They were doubled over, the AD and the camera woman and the director.
That's newly released audio from the 911 call to that New Mexico set where that tragic accident involving Alec Baldwin resulted in the killing of his cinematographer and the injuring of his director. Now, to talk about it, let's bring in someone with a lot of experience on movie sets.
Actor, filmmaker, and musician John Schneider. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us. Of course. So, John, before Helena Hutchins' death, there had been multiple prior gun misfires on the same shoot. Is this an accident or neglect, do you think?
Well, I mean, I've done this for a very long time. It is absolutely, in my opinion, negligence. There is no reason whatsoever to have an actual loaded firearm on a set. And by the way, the copy keeps calling this a prop. This was not a prop. A prop indicates that this was a fake gun. A prop gun, a gun that looks like a real gun, but that's not.
That's right.
If it were an actual prop gun, there is no way that a prop gun can fire a bullet.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's clear that up right away. This was a firearm. I am a supporter of the Second Amendment. I have a gun on me now. It's not the gun's fault.
Yeah.
This is negligence. How in the world? I sent you all a video that I put something together yesterday, making it look like I was firing bullets from my finger. In this day and age, this is perhaps silly, but watch this. This is why you don't need even to have blanks on a set anymore.
That's right.
In the world, I've been shot with blanks from about 20 feet, and there's no reason to have blanks on the set. There's protocol that is taken on every set when there is an actual gun. There is never, and let me say it again, never a live weapon,
John,
a loaded gun on a set. It is not allowed, and it should never happen.
Right. And just to remind everybody, this was also a set with accidental discharges. People, foot nearly got shot. There was also evidence that Hannah Gutierrez Reed and perhaps maybe Seth Kenny, maybe someone else, maybe Sarah were, forgive me if I'm remembering the cast of characters wrong, but we're off shooting cans in the off time. Maybe not stuff. I'm just trying to remember who it was, but there was some sort of text communication about that. It came out in the early leaks, then it got denied. And then I believe that there was in discovery from Alec Baldwin's side about that coming out. But remember, Halls, the assistant director, took a plea deal. He said, we thought the set was safe. Alec Baldwin said we never had a problem in his safety problem in his up to the day that I took the gun, cocked the pistol, aimed it at my crew and fired randomly. Nobody, if you learn one thing from this live stream, nobody was filming Alec Baldwin or choreographing Alec Baldwin filming those actions. He was sitting alone. No one was talking to him. They were working out a shot, which was just a close-up, I believe, of his eyes and just his arm moving the gun out of his jacket. There was no need to cock the pistol nor to fire it in the scene he was shooting after lunch. Alec Baldwin took the gun out of his pocket, cocked the pistol, aimed it at the crew, and shot into his own crew. If that's not negligence, I don't know what is. So he can call this an exoneration all he wants. And I'm not going to fault Carrie Morrissey for not disclosing this evidence. I would say she should know a little bit that he had pit bull lawyers, and they should have, anything that came in, she should have been handing over to them and been really on top of it. But if it wasn't this, they may have gotten off on something else or convinced the jury on something else. I think this is, in some ways, in my mind, better than an acquittal. This is like getting off on a technicality. He never really got to prove his innocence. So, not that an acquittal proves innocence, it's just more like not proven. But I personally don't warm to her, but I'm not going to fault her for this. This is some serious, multi-million-dollar lawyering, and the judge bought it. I don't understand how she bought it. It may have been a combination of the mood she was in and lack of sleep, lack of food. I don't know. I don't really think her reasoning was very sound from my understanding of the law. I'm not a lawyer, but my basic understanding of Brady and her description, her own, her own going through the elements. How was a bullets that had nothing to do with weren't part of the crime scene exculpatory to Alec Baldwin? Somebody please explain it to me. I'm happy to change my mind. I just need it explained.
Now, John, we keep on hearing that we were told that Baldwin was handed what is called a cold gun by an assistant director who was unaware that it had held any kind of live ammunition. Now, when you were on the Dukes of Hazzard, which was required watching in my house,
Mine too.
What were what were those protocols? So how what is how are weapons, or even whether they're prop guns or real guns, how are they handled on a set? Who does that?
Weapons are checked. The prop man, the assistant director, that can't be correct because there's a weapons expert that would be on the set. Mm-hmm. Weapons expert would have a meeting. They would show everyone the gun. They would say this is an actual gun. Even if it's a prop, they would say this is a fake gun. It does not fire. It has no pin. It has no ability to fire anything. Or if it was an airsoft, anything that looks like a gun, they'll have a meeting in a circle. Uh-huh. If it's an actual gun, I've used actual guns many, many times on sets. They will show everyone that it is empty. They will dry fire it into the ground, and then they will pass it around for anyone who wants to check it, and then they will check it again.
Huh.
Yeah.
But as an actor, and Alec is a producer on this as well, so there's an awful lot of responsibility here. When the gun is then handed.
Exactly. Great comment. He was also a producer. They call the shots as much as Alex Baldwin says, oh no, I was just a producer in name only for, No, everybody went to him with their problems. We need more money. Go to Alec Baldwin. He's the one who didn't pay attention, who set the tone, who rushed the crew, we saw him in Hannah's trial. But he has a billion other lawsuits to deal with civilly. This is not over for Alec Baldwin. And it's certainly not over in the court of public opinion. I have a lot of unpopular opinions, but Alec Baldwin being negligent in this case isn't one of them. Sure, it's unpopular among the law tubers who always seem to glom onto the defense on every case, but among the general public, he's not a beloved member of the public, even among the celebrities that live in New York. He's tolerated. He's not well respected.
Finally, to the actor will then be shown with a flashlight that it is empty by the gun expert. Then, if the actor is used to doing this, the actor will also then dry fire. They will say, may I dry fire this weapon into the ground? And they will say, yes.
Okay.
You will shoot it 6 times, click, 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 click.
Wow.
And then, and only then, will you be using it in a scene. But even then, you would never point an empty gun at a human being on the set that is not in the same shot with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you're shooting someone in the shot, then the two of you would be on camera. For example, in Dukes, James Best would always go, freeze, freeze. He would always hold the gun up here because he was a big advocate for gun safety.
Wow.
This is negligence. It needs a very serious investigation because, as I said, there is no reason whatsoever for an actual bullet to be in a real gun on a movie set.
John, we just have about a minute left with you, and I really want to thank you for walking us through that entire process, because I had never heard that before. What can we all learn from this tragedy, particularly about gun safety, which you just mentioned?
Well, that you need a class. You need a class. Guns are not the problem. People that don't understand guns are the problem. Bad people with guns is it, in my day and age, it was if you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. I still believe that. There needed to be on this set, and the producers are responsible for this, and Alec is one of those. Alec and I are from about 10 miles apart in Westchester County, New York. So if you continue to be against guns and not for gun safety, more things like this are going to happen. However, an accident is also, I don't think, the right word for this, because there's no reason for a bullet to be in a gun on a set. This needs to be looked into very, very seriously and very, very deeply to find out what went wrong.
Yeah.
Now there are people, there's a young woman who is dead.
Right.
Because of,
John,
I
hate to cut you. Yeah, I hate to
criminal
cut you off.
negligence is what we should be talking about.
No, we really appreciate your time. We got to wrap. We thank you so much for joining us. Have a great weekend.
I will. You do the same.
Oh, so that is, the judge, I think this is a really good point. Hive Mind judge was satisfied getting Hannah, and Judge Marlowe may have been intimidated by these really polished, very expensive lawyers. This is some of the best lawyers money can buy. So have a great weekend, everybody. That's what I have to say for today. I guess it's past 6, so it's obvious I'm not live streaming today. I'll be back tomorrow. I have some things in the works that I want to talk about. There's some updates in the Dan Markel case and Donna Adelson's case that I want to talk about, and a few other things on my agenda. So have a look out for that. Have a great day, great night, and I'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening and watching with me.